예쁜다도
Welcome to another day of the League of Legends Top Fails. This is day 348. Hope you guys enjoy. Let's begin. Starting off at the number 3 spot, we have the blue team with the red team inside their jungle. The blue team will quickly surround, catching out the red team Thresh and eventually finishing him off. This will leave Fizz in a somewhat bad spot as he heads towards his friendly Nari. He's going to run into 3 enemies as a Nami bubble in the Morgan go out, both missing. Fizz then leaping the wall with the playful trickster will be followed up upon by Lee Sin. Luckily he does have the Zhonya's, but the blue team, as he comes out, unable to land the skill shots needed or finish him off, as he is able to use that playful trickster and his flash to get away and back to base safely. Coming in at the number 2 spot with the blue team Jarvan and Yasuo, with the red team Rengar going for the invade. Jarvan will catch him out with the standard and the dragon strike. He will be able to take his own buff back, but as he goes for the kill on Rengar, Rengar is going to flash into the bush as Jarvan flashes over the wall. Falling for the fake, Rengar then will get set up for an easy kill as the blue team Yasuo comes to investigate, but ended up paying with his life as Rengar gets out of there with the easy kill. The top fill of day 340 48 is going to belong to the red team. Vi, Alistar, and Misfortune in this one, with the blue team Yasuo down in the bot lane with his friendly Nami. Yasuo going for the kill on Misfortune, but in the process dropping low. Misfortune does manage to kill on Nami, but Yasuo, with the revenge in his eyes, will be able to flash ahead and take the kill on Misfortune. Alistar staying a little too long, taking way too much creep damage, will fall back through the river as Yasuo going for the chase. Having second thoughts though as he runs into the enemy Vi's, the Vault Breaker misses. Yasuo will dash to a minion heading towards his creep wave. He dashes again to another minion and back through Vi. Vi, not giving up, will make the same mistake that Alistar did and run right into a huge blue creep wave. She will dodge the whirlwind, but as she comes in with the Vault Breaker, Yasuo using the sweeping blade will be able to avoid it and then come back through with the Steel Tempest, finishing up the two low health enemies as he walks away with the unofficial triple kill. Thanks for watching day 348. If you happen to miss the last one and would like to go check it out, a link for that will be on the screen for you to go do that. Remember to submit your fail clips at jumpinthepack.com. That's going to do it for me. Thank you guys once again for watching. Have a good weekend, and we'll talk to you guys next time.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament, of course broadcast here on Azubu TV, and featuring some of your favorite Korean players from this season of Champions. So it's going to be an awesome night tonight, and the last night of the group stages. If you haven't seen your favorite player play yet, well, you'll see them here today. My name is Reed Rapid Melton. Joining me is Seth Achilleos King, and we will be getting into our first games of the night. But let's go over what we can expect from tonight. Maybe give an overview of the Solo King tournament for anybody who hasn't yet tuned in.
For what to expect tonight? Well, it's that you can't really expect anything, I would have to say. We've seen some insane matchups coming out from yesterday's games. Peanut versus Bengi, Frozen and Wolf, Easy Hoon and Wraith. We saw a lot of different characters. Urgot coming out into the mix. Urgot bans also coming out. We've seen Leona's played in this 1v1 tournament. All bets are off for this Solo King tournament, Reed. I don't think that we can really predict anything outside of that. We're going to have some insane and intense matchups coming for you guys today.
Absolutely, Achilleos. And when it comes to those matchups, we should be getting those on your stream here in just a second. But to clarify, of course, we do want to mention that this tournament is brought to you here on Azubu TV. And to make sure that you get notified whenever the Solo King happens, when we come back with the playoffs next month, you want to make sure to hit that follow button right down below the stream. So for more matchups, including players like Faker, Easy Hoon, we've got Space and Madlife playing off against one another tonight. A lot of great players, and you don't want to miss any of them. So make sure to hit the follow button right down below the stream. And here we go, the brackets for tonight's matches. You can see a quick recap of yesterday. Bengi and OQ advanced over players like Easy Hoon and Wolf. And tonight we've got Ambition facing off against I Am Athena's player, I believe that will be a baby Hyuna, as well as Wisdom versus Yeji Jiang. We'll have that matchup on your screen here in just a second. And to be fair, as far as the I Am Athena players go, we don't have a lot of information over them. They are the top team in the LoL Ladies Battle, which is sort of like the female LCK or OGN this season. So they are the best players in their leagues, but it's going to be interesting to see how they face off against some of the top players in the world. And speaking of top players in the world, we have Space versus Madlife, a matchup of CJ Entis players who have been playing together with each other for a long time. Now they'll be playing against each other. We'll see who comes out on top.
Yeah, I think that has to be my favorite matchup that we're going to be seeing today. I'm a big fan of Madlife, but he is playing against Space. These guys know each other inside and out, so we'll have to see who's going to be able to come out on top on that matchup. Of course, not to discourage, that last matchup that we're going to be seeing, Forget Me Not versus CoCo there on the screen. Forget Me Not, called the Female Faker. That's definitely going to be one heck of a matchup. She's the mid laner for I Am Athena. It's going to be interesting to see how she dukes it out against CoCo for the mid lane for CJ Entis.
Exactly. A lot of hype behind Forget Me Not. I did watch one and only one of the I Am Athena games. It was incredibly one-sided, and I started to realize why they were the top team in the LoL Ladies Battle. And specifically, it was a great performance by Forget Me Not, and while she is called, one of the best mid laners in that league, I would normally say, okay, well, out of all of the I Am Athena players, maybe she has the biggest chance of winning. Except she's against CoCo, who has been having an outstanding season, has not single-handedly, but has definitely contributed to taking CJ Entis into a tie for second place right behind the undefeated GE Tigers. So it's going to be incredibly exciting tonight here to see not only a lot of the CJ Entis players play, we've only seen Shy play previously, and we get to see everybody else out here tonight. So let's get in, without further ado, to our first best of 3 matchup of the night. It's Ambition. He will be taking on the I Am Athena player. I believe this is Baby Hyuna. Now, Baby Hyuna traditionally plays the AD carry role for I Am Athena, but tonight she'll be switching things up into a little bit more of a supportive role with a Zyra pick versus Ambition's Caitlyn.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Zyra, while she does have a very nice range, especially if she can use her plants to her advantage, is going to have a hard time going up against Ambition's Caitlyn, who we have just seen have a pretty dominating performance so far in this tournament. Very popular pick, that and the Lucian, of course. But as you can see, Ambition really looking to take away maybe Hyuna's ADCs, like you said. Annie as well being taken out. We did see a good deal of Annie action yesterday, so unsurprising that we see that one taken away.
Yeah, now you can see the pick reactions, like you said, AD carry bans versus Baby Hyuna, whereas she banned out all 3 mid laners versus Ambition. So it makes sense, ban out mid laners versus Ambition, but all you have to do is let one of those champions go through, and you can ban out the Caitlyn, which as evidenced by Ambition's insta-lock on that champion, probably should have found its way into the ban phase at some point.
Yeah, well, it is a best of 3, so if it doesn't go well for Huna here, we might see her banning out that Caitlyn in the next match. We'll have to see what happens, though. Personally, I hope that we can go back to another 3rd game match with this series and get those blind picks in, because that's where the action really comes out, when these guys have absolutely no idea what the other is doing behind the scenes.
Yeah, exactly. In case you guys are unaware, we do also have a vote poll that's being run on Inven, so maybe you guys don't go over Inven all that often, but you can see the results of the vote right here. For Baby Hyuna, she has 8% versus CJ Ambition, who also has a vote for himself. It is slightly higher at 92%. And honestly, voting against Ambition here is a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, we just don't know enough about I Am Athena as far as a team, and with these players individually. We haven't seen enough of them, so very unsurprising, not necessarily unfair for these votes coming out, but maybe we will have a different showing coming out, and maybe we'll be able to turn the tables on Ambition and take out a win, possibly flipping this tournament to the solo queen.
Yeah, exactly. And keep in mind, crazier things have happened. Faker lost game number 2 versus Fury, the Samsung AD carry. And Samsung, the team at the very bottom of the LCK standings this season, versus Faker, a guy who's basically at the top of almost anything. So it's exciting to see some crazy things happen. We've had even crazier things happen as well. You know, players that I actually thought were going to make it out, like Jeong, got defeated in the first round. And so there's been a lot of interesting upsets, turnovers, turnarounds, and all sorts of interesting things happening in the Solo King. And of course, you don't want to miss any of it. So make sure to hit the follow button right down below the stream and stick around, because when we come back, it'll be game number 1 of Ambition versus Baby Hyuna. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a 1v1 Korean tournament here, featuring your favorite players, teams, and champions from this season of Champions. Getting into our first best of 3 of the night between CJ Entis's Ambition, facing off against I Am Athena's Baby Hyuna.
Yeah, and as we can see, we're already having a little bit of variance from what we've seen in the summoner spells in the prior games. Ambition opting to go for heal teleport rather than that flash teleport. As we can see, Huna is rocking that at the moment. We've been seeing flash teleport, probably the most consistent set of summoner spells that we've seen so far. It's very safe and very, it is consistent in itself, you know?
Yeah, there are a couple of different setups as far as summoner spells that you can go. If you're running an all-in champion, like a lot of junglers will go with Pantheon or Jarvan, you're going to want to all-in. So you usually go with a Flash Ignite summoner spell setup. We've seen Ignite teleports, but they just don't really work quite as well because you need the Flash to follow up for extra damage because you're looking to kill the guy. And so if you're looking to just stay in lane and make sure that you're as safe can be, you want that heal. It's maybe not quite as effective as Barrier, but it does give you the extra movement speed, which once again can help keep you alive as well. And you're going to see a lot of Crystalline Flask starts in this tournament, but this match is actually a little bit of an exception with both players actually starting with Doran's items.
Yeah, I think this is actually the first one we've seen where there are no Crystalline Flasks whatsoever. As we can see, though, some auto attack trades already coming out. Huna being taken down. That's just the brunt power of Ambition's Caitlyn. So you see those headshots are coming in, taking her down to about half HP. But Huna holding her own in this lane so far, both opting to go ahead and pop their first pots.
Yeah,
flasks. They don't have those yet.
Yeah, they don't have flasks yet. Honestly, they probably won't pick them up this game. Just opting for more of a lane-centric play style to say, look, we do have teleports to go back to base, but they're probably just going to look to duke it out here in the early lane phase. Now, Ambition playing this lane maybe a little bit sloppily. He's missed a lot of Piltover Peacemaker damage on the wave, which would have caused it to, you know, push a little bit more quickly. And this is being played on patch 5.3, so the most recent live patch. And so you can see the range indicators on all of Zyra's plants, which should help us see exactly where Ambition is going to go. Whoa, a lot of damage put down there. Does not have flash to close the distance here. Does have to keep himself safe under 100 HP.
Yeah, Huna doing a very excellent job of just beating the crap out of Ambition, really. Just really firing on all cylinders and just pumping out the damage. As we can see, she is a little bit low on mana. Here comes the built-over Peacemaker. Force the flash away.
90 caliber net.
Yeah, 90 caliber net with the headshot up off the passive from Ambition's Caitlyn. Secures himself that kill. As we can see, he decides to go aggressive right here. Lands that built-over Peacemaker. One auto attack and nice 90 caliber net to get him in range for that, and the headshot just finishing it off. Very nicely played by Ambition, who takes game 1.
So that'll be game 1 victory over Baby Hyuna. Perfect headshot stacking there. I was actually really surprised that he was able to not only avoid the creep block that was coming his way. There were a couple of minions right off to the side that could have screwed him up, but without flash, even still able to use that 90 caliber net both defensively a little bit earlier and then offensively there in that situations. And the headshot proc, like I said, right on time. if he actually hadn't had that headshot proc, there might have been a couple of HP that Baby Hyuna could have used to get out of that alive, and might have been able to come back from base a little bit more safely. But that is going to do it for game number 1, and that means that coming into game 2, I wouldn't say that Baby Hyuna's Zyra was didn't look good or anything. She actually had the advantage over Ambition in HP there for a while, but just overextended a little bit. That headshot proc from Ambition, just a little bit too good.
Yeah, with a built-in passive like that on Caitlyn, just Ambition had the upper hand from the get-go, unless Huna was able to hit around level 4, get all of her abilities, get her entire kit ready to go, then she wasn't really going to have too much of an advantage. But Ambition just working those mechanics and doing well to secure himself that first blood. We'll have to see what's going to happen as we move into the second game. I do suspect, like we were discussing before, that we will see Caitlyn being taken off the list this time, but that just leaves the question, what will Ambition play this time around?
I was fortunate enough to Google Translate some in-ven comments on some of the more recent reactions to matchups that have gone on in the Solo King, and they said that a lot of the pro players were actually starting to react to this as the tournament's gone on for, I think this is now day number 6 of the Solo King. A lot of the pro players were starting to react to that, and starting to realize, okay, hey, these picks are very strong, this is how your ban phase should work, and start to maybe figure out a little bit more of the 1v1 meta, because honestly, you don't see a lot of 1v1s just strictly 1v1s, no junglers, no roaming, nothing crazy like that, and so it may catch a few players off guard. And for the I Am Athena players, it's at least evident from game 1 that maybe not quite as aware of the Caitlyn pick is a very strong one, because Caitlyn's not even supposed to be able to win the game that early. She's got to early harass and everything, but the strength of Caitlyn is being able to just play the safe game, go for the CS win, and be able to do that maybe a little bit more effectively than other champions. But Ambition doesn't know about the safe game. He is going all in on the damage and was able to find a win there in game 1. It's going to be interesting to see what we expect from game number 2, because, keep in mind, as far as AD carries go, Baby Huna is the AD carry for I Am Athena, and so should be expecting to see her on those Misfortune pickup that we've seen a lot of AD carry players go when their lineups are, or when their champion pool is limited, so might see her go that way.
Yeah, the Misfortune's actually proven to be quite devastating in the 1v1s. I think we saw it twice yesterday, and I think both times it won its matchups very excellently played. With those double up procs off the minions, you can just really start ripping through your opponent. And then, of course, you get that bullet time, really helps with your CS and wave clear coming in. So we'll have to see if that one's going to be on the table.
Not to mention that double up is an auto attack reset. You've got impure shots too that deal a lot of hybrid damage, so maybe if the guy comes into lane with a lot of extra armor, that's another way of getting around it. But we should be able to get into game number 2 here in just a second. This will be Ambition versus Baby Huna, and honestly, a lot of questions behind the incredible miracle Athena players, because we haven't seen them, even if you've watched the LoL Ladies battle, which they do compete in, we haven't seen them compete interleague versus a lot of these more professional players that you're probably a little bit more familiar with.
Yeah. Ooh, actually, here we go. We are right back into the picks and bans. So we can see Caitlyn, of course, being taken away by Huna. Ambition respecting the Zyra does take that away as well. He realizes that she was playing quite competently on that champion. Doesn't want to face it again. But now we can see Huna opting to go with Karma, which I don't believe we've seen a Karma thus far, have we?
Have seen one Karma that was played in the second day of the Solo King.
Okay.
But more importantly, like we were talking about, as far as lane dominant AD carries, it doesn't get a whole lot better than, actually I would have expected a Lucian pick here, but going with the Misfortune, like we were talking about earlier, a lot of great mechanics that you can use to bully your lane out, and specifically versus Karma, it's going to be kind of difficult if Hyuna is able to use her shield to block out that double up harass, but barring that, should be a relatively difficult lane given the kind of high cooldowns before you mix in any CDR, which shouldn't be a part of her build. Might be in Runes and Masteries, and we'll check those out here in just a little bit. But for Ambition, A strong pickup on a strong AD carry means that he'll set himself up very, very well in lane, and keep in mind we've only seen one Karma game so far, so it'll be interesting to see how that champion plays here. And also interesting to see Baby Hyuna, the AD carry for her team, picking mainly support champions in these matchups.
Yeah, going with the double mage. So we'll have to see if it's able to, pay off for her. Like I said, with that Zyra play in the last game, she did play quite excellently. So she does have that competency to play these support mages. And Karma, is a little bit of a force to be reckoned with if in the right hands. If you use that mantra to its full effect with Inner Flame, you can absolutely start ripping through people. So we'll have to see what they decide to do going in here.
Alright, once I change the overlays, we should be able to get a look at their runes and masteries coming up here in just a second. Biggest thing to watch out for is going to be whether or not you see you can't run extra crit runes in your masteries, or in your runes, I suppose. But we'll see what's out here for Hyuna. She's got let's see. Ability power, I think the 40 is actually HP. So she split HP and then she has 9% attacks. What is that 9%? That's 9% attack speed, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, keep in mind, sometimes these aren't necessarily the right rune pages. So maybe a little bit left up to interpretation. Actually, I think that was ambitions. So now we're seeing Hyuna's. So that's going to be attack or HP per level. Should be running flat HP, just given the early game nature of this. But HP per level, ability power, penetration, and then I believe that 6.3 is mana regen.
Interesting. Coming in here, 2109. That's not what's interesting. This is fairly standard. Seeing this, the runes are a bit more interesting there. Like you said, with the HP per level, an interesting choice to go with that instead of the flat. But we'll have to see if she's able to play to her advantage.
Okay, so going through ambitions, runes, and mastery setup here, this should be a little bit more standard. So you're going to see the extra attack speed, and then of course AD, and a little bit of bonus HP there as well. As far as his mastery setup, he's going for actually 2 out of 3 points in Warlord. You traditionally don't see any points put in Warlord, but the 2 points there are going to give him, I believe that is 3.5% additional AD, as well as both spell weaving and blade weaving. And the reason I wouldn't expect to see the 2 points in Warlord is because he actually took a point out of Dangerous Game. So I really agree with that, because think about it, when Dangerous Game, the only way that it works is when you get a kill, and in a 1v1 tournament, when you get a kill, you win the game. So you don't have to worry about Dangerous Game at all. So finding another place for that rune to go, or that mastery point to go, really smart. Ambition, you can really tell he's put a lot of thought into his rune page.
Well, unsurprisingly, a lot is on the line. Everyone wants that title of the Solo King, or in the case for, the I Am Athena players, the Solo Queen. So we'll have to see who's going to be able to come out on top of this matchup. Like I said, I would like to see us go to a game 3 and get those blind picks coming out. So we'll have to see if Hyuna's able to come back from behind and take a win off of Ambition, or if he's just going to go 2-0 and advance to the finals.
Well, let's see what's happening. Let's get in the game. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament broadcast here on Azubu TV and featuring some of your favorite professional players. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilles, and we're getting into game number 2 between Ambition and Baby Hyuna. Ambition, of course, mid laner for CJ Entis. Currently ranked 2nd in the Champions League versus Baby Hyuna, who is actually ranked 1st in the LoL Ladies League on I Am Athena, playing AD carry for her team.
Yeah, Ambition already up 1 in this best of 3 series. But Hyuna already flexing her muscles a little bit in this lane. As we can see, she was using Mantra with the Soul Flare to chunk out Ambition just a little bit early on. Both of them, yet again, we're seeing the double Dorans coming in. Ring for Hyuna and a blade, of course, for Ambition on that Misfortune. So similar builds from last time, but this time actually Hyuna opting to go for Exhaust Ignite. No Flash. Ambition sticking with his heal and teleport.
There's always a little bit of a challenge with casting Karma games because she's kind of like Lee Sin, and that means that every single one of her abilities is actually 2 abilities that actually change name when you use Mantra on them. For instance, you're going to see her use Inner Flame, that's her Q, sends out a skill shot nuke. When you Mantra that, it turns into Soul Flare. So you're going to have to keep an eye on that. But of course, we'll probably be just saying QWE, so you guys get the idea. Shield, Tether, Q, all very well understood names. Now, when you do Mantra the Inner Flame and it becomes Soul Flare, not only does it give you a ton of extra ability power on it, it also has that second activation, which, given Ambition's passive strut, is going to be really effective because normally Ambition's going to be like incredibly fast, but when he takes combat damage, he not only loses the movement speed, but he's going to be a lot slower and might actually be very susceptible to taking both parts of that Soul Flare damage.
Yeah, 50% slow while he's inside of it. Very much difficult to get out of, especially if you're getting hit dead center on it. If you're not, if you're on that outer ring, you can typically walk on out, but not so much if you're getting these direct hits like Huna is already doing. As you can see, some nice harass coming out. He's still floating around 50% HP. Tries to go in and get aggressive onto Huna, but she's just firing back with these Inner Flames and trying to keep them at as much at range as possible.
What I want to see is Ambition use the impure shots for Misfortune when Baby Huna tries to use a health potion so that the grievous wounds actually decrease the effectiveness of the health potion and limit her sustain in lane. And I can see that actually being a lot more effective if she was running like a Crystalline Flask. So there's a lot more overall healing going on, but she's not getting down in CS. She's CSing relatively well underneath her turret, and she should actually be able to hit a majority of this CS. Just trying to prep it out there so that she can CS it as well as possible.
Yeah, no, just 18 to 19, sticking really close to each other.
And versus an AD carry as a spellcaster, it's actually pretty significant to note, just because traditionally you'd give the AD carry player a little bit more of an advantage.
Yeah, as we can see, the tether coming out does lock down Ambition.
And it was actually a mantra tether, which turned
the renewal.
From Focus Resolve into Renewal. If you get both parts of the Renewal tether, you get 40% of your missing HP back. That amount of sustain is huge. And so the only thing that's going to really prevent Hyuna from going in for that huge sustain buff, at least on Misfortune, who is not running Flash, is going to be taking too much damage. And as long as she's able to get a trip back to base to buy up enough defenses, she should be able to out-sustain Ambition in this lane.
Yeah, as we can see, both of them do have pretty effective means of getting back to lane. Ambition, of course, does have the teleport, but he also has the strut. Oh, the tether's actually out now, but Hyuna very low on mana, now HP. Ambition also running low. We might see them back. And again, they were playing with the recall earlier. Did not opt to do it. As we can see now, Hyuna really relying on the Inspires from her shield. Took a lot of this down, little damage. Ouch, yeah. Huge chunk being taken off right there. That's going to be the back as soon as this wave's cleared out from the turret.
Yeah, and wisely enough, Baby Hyuna just mantraed her Soul Flare so that she could clear out the wave, head back to base. But a very big difference between both players. Ambition running the very traditional teleport heal for AD carries to keep them very safe, whereas Baby Hyuna is going for an incredibly aggressive Exhaust Ignite. This is the first Exhaust Ignite of the Solo King, because most players recognize when you telegraph your all-in that much, it means that your opponent tends to just play very, very safe and not really give you the opportunity to go for that. However, with triple Doran's blades versus triple Doran's rings, it'll actually be pretty interesting to see whether or not Baby Hyuna can have the all-in presence that she's looking for.
Yeah, well, she's already trying to lay down the damage, but is just receiving so much right back from Ambition. Both now taken down to about 50% HP. The pots are, in fact, rolling. It's going to help just get them back up for the next trade. As we can see, Ambition did hit 6. So he does have bullet time. Won't be too surprised if we see that come out once the next wave joins the lane. Hyuna, of course, not gaining too much outside of being able to spec a little bit more into her mantra. It's going to help out with the cooldowns on that. There's the bullet time coming out. Inspires to get out of the way. Takes just a little bit of damage. Could have been better, could have been worse. But for the most part, Hyuna in a pretty decent spot right now. But starting to fall behind in CS compared to how we were earlier.
Yeah, over 10 CS down. Of course, if you guys didn't know about the victory conditions, the way that you win a 1v1 is either you kill the enemy champion, you kill the enemy turret, or you kill a lot of the enemy minions. Specifically, 100 minions is the score that you need to reach, but you also need to make sure that you are far enough ahead. Now, oh, an exhaust there used onto Ambition. I don't agree with the exhaust. You should really use the exhaust when he's inside the Madrid Soul Flare so that he can't run back out. And now, oh, might be a death here. Turns around, gets the last second shield.
Yeah, on the run, really good shield, trying to save her life, but has to be careful of a double up. Ooh,
those double ups are so scary.
Yeah, she's just holding on to the Inspire to
Ambition's gonna kill her with a double up. He's just gonna walk forward and, okay, she did shield that one, but what is she doing in lane? Like, there's...
Yeah, this is really insanely aggressive play coming out.
Ambition's just gonna dive her here. Now, she might mantra a tether and then try to kill him underneath the turret here. Okay, she's gonna heal herself up off the tether, so both sides of that tether really giving her a ton of HP back.
Yeah, okay, so well played by Hyuna, really just getting me on the edge of my seat and just playing with my nerves here.
That was actually pretty nerve-wracking. Like, it takes a lot of guts to play. Not only you're versus Ambition. This is a guy that's a good enough mid laner to be second in champions this season, and they don't call it champions for no reason. Also doing a decent job at CSing underneath that turret. Currently 15 CS behind, which is gonna mean that she's gonna lose at 100 CS mark, but does mean that she's at least keeping enough gold so that maybe she'll get an opportunity to go back to base, but most likely this is about all it's gonna be. And some reduced healing, and oh, the bullet time might just pick up the kill. It does.
Yeah, wow.
Channeled right through the minion wave, and even after that tether, you can see immediately impure shots cutting the healing off of both halves. Actually, I think it was only off of the second half of that Madrid renewal, and unable to escape that bullet time. It's game number 2 going to Ambition.
Yeah, wow, did not have the Inspire up, wasn't able to get that shield and abuse the movement speed to get out of the way of the bullet time. So baby Hyuna does fall to Ambition's misfortune. Very powerful champion. I suspect that it won't be the last that we're seeing of her in these matchups. But very well played going over to Hyuna with a pretty strong showing, I must say, against Ambition.
Yeah, absolutely. And we kind of expected Ambition to do better. You can see that reflected in the Inven poll that we showed at the beginning of this best of 3. Very hard to vote against Ambition at this point in the season. And with a 2-0 victory, you can kind of legitimate your predictions if you made any before this game. And that does mean that Ambition advances to the finals of this portion of the group stages. So with Ambition's victory over baby Hyuna, he will advance to face the winner of our next best of 3 coming up. It's Wisdom. We'll be facing off against I Am Athena's Yeji Jiang. Of course, you can see them on your screen right there. Yeji Jiang, I believe actually the support player for I Am Athena, versus Wisdom, who is, of course, the jungler for Incredible Miracle this season. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with our next best of 3.
Red team double kill.
Email your clips to top5lolfails@gmail.com.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament, of course broadcast here on Azubu TV. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and joining me is Seth Achilleos King. We'll be hopping into our second best of 3 of the night. First best of 3 featured Ambition, who I incorrectly said was their mid laner. That's CoCo, and he'll be coming up a little bit later on. Ambition, their jungler, just came out with a 2-0 victory over Incredible Miracle Athena's 80 carry baby Huna. Coming up next in our second best of 3, it's going to be IM versus IM, although from slightly different teams.
Yeah, we do have sister teams facing off against each other. With Incredible Miracle's Wisdom versus I Am Athena's Yi Jiang. And this is going to be an interesting match because yet again, we don't really know much about the I Am Athena players. As we can see, we already have a very interesting pick and ban phase coming in. Jeong is the support player for Athena. As we can see, she is rocking the Taric, but over on the other side, Wisdom on the Alistar.
Now, the interesting thing about this is not only that, they're both playing support champions, and, Wisdom as the jungler for the main IM roster. I mean, Jungle Alistar used to be a thing, so yeah, you see in the bans, maybe not quite as many serious bans here. But to be fair, the Garen, Galio, and Gangplank are just the first 3 champions in the Korean client. So essentially, Yeji Jeong just said, look, I'm just going to ban out the first 3 champions. Probably not going to be picked, but that's actually a characteristic that I believe Faker banned out, just the first 3 random champions that came to mind, and didn't really focus on the ban phase too much. But if you check out the poll here once again from Inven, they ran a poll and it's 82% for Wisdom. And keep in mind, voting for an Incredible Miracle player, kind of middle of the pack this season. You probably wouldn't see that versus most other teams, but with I Am Athena, keep in mind this is actually a higher percentage vote for Yeji Jiang than we saw with Ambition playing in game number 1 versus baby Huna. So maybe a little bit more faith in Yeji this time.
We'll have to see what's going to come of this one. Taric versus Alistar. 2 unconventional 1v1 champions coming into a matchup versus each other. But then again, we did see that Leona, who was able to best a Malzahar. So I'm really interested to see how this one is going to turn out. Both of them do have heals. They have a decent amount of CC as well, and some decently high damage output. So it's going to be very interesting.
We'll see how that works out. Let's go ahead and get into game number 1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite players and teams from this season champions Korea. And my name is Rapid, with me is Achilleos, and we're into game number 1 of our second best of 3 of the night, as Incredible Miracle face off against their sister team, I Am Athena, Wisdom versus Yeji Jiang.
Yeah, and this game just went from being interesting to really hype.
I think you mean fabulous, Achilleos, because we do have an Emerald Tarek on the Rift. And while this is the very first Tarek game, this is not the first Alistar game. We saw a first Alistar game, I believe, played in the first week, I want to say. Yeah, it was Watch versus Arrow. They both agreed to play support champions versus each other. They were not the greatest matchups, but Alistar does bring a lot to the table. And we didn't actually get a chance to check out the runes and masteries for players before we got into this game, so it'd be interesting to see how Wisdom decided to spec his Alistar. If he went for more attack damage, or if he just wants to pack on the cooldown reduction or ability power, keep those heals up, and of course keep him in the lane.
Yeah, not too sure. What we do know, though, is both going for the crystalline flasks, as well as both going for Flash Ignite with their summoner spells.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see some pretty aggressive play, I feel, coming out from these two in this matchup. So I'm already getting hype. I feel the blood rushing. I'm excited to see what's going to happen as we enter this lane phase.
Now, a small disadvantage here for Yeji Jeong, because she didn't actually wait back in base. She wasn't able to get the fourth health potion by waiting there. So a little bit of a discrepancy there. And walking up for free auto attacks versus Wisdom, they are just going to hit each other here in lane. This is the weirdest fight I have ever commentated. It's just two support champions walking into a full minion wave and hitting each other. Of course, some spell casts every once in a while, but this is a very strange 1v1, Achilleos.
Absolutely. I'm not really sure what to think of it so far. I feel like it's going to be a lot of wet noodle fight, and then they're going to go back, heal up, come back in, and continue wet noodle fight, as we can see right now. Alistar regresses. We see the stun come out from the side of Tarek, and then the pots start rolling, and then they're just going to start casting heals on themselves over and over and over again.
Yeah, now heals should be maybe a little bit more prevalent for Wisdom than they will be for Yeji Jiang. One reason there is that as he takes auto attacks, it actually reduces the cooldown of his Triumphant Roar, the heal. So he's going to be totally okay with just having these auto attack trades, because it gives him more heals overall. And kind of the same situation for Tarek. Every time he casts Imbue, it's going to have its cooldown reduced by auto attacks, because it's going to empower him with his Gemcraft passive.
You can see Wisdom a little bit low on mana. Not where you want to be for an Alistar. Now Jeong really trying to capitalize on that, firing back with some autos, but he's taking a lot of minion damage from the wave here, as we can see.
Alright, now level 4s for both sides, and with lower than about 300 to 400 HP, that means Ignite is going to take off almost a quarter of your health. So anytime you go in for a fight, you're going to have to realize you have to get out of that fight with enough health to survive through Ignite as well. So relying heavily on sustain, not only just from consumables, but also from their champion kits. Yeji definitely coming out on the lower side of these trades, and actually might die here to an auto attack Ignite. There's the Ignite to cut the heal, but it was just not used in time.
Yeah, really, really close. And as you can see, Yeji actually
wait, why is she sticking around?
Oh,
okay, so Wisdom's out of mana at this point, so he can't really do all that much.
Oh, but Yeji's still in a very precarious spot. He gets just enough mana for a pulverize.
She's trying to stun him inside the creep wave, which is actually pretty smart, but she actually might just straight up die here. Oh, he missed the pulverize.
Yeah, and there goes the last vestiges of his mana. This could be time for Yeji to kind of fire back here, perhaps, if she can get some of her own.
Why would Wisdom use Triumphant Roar there? It's going to allow him to trample to help kind of push the wave, but not only is he never going to have mana ever again until he heads back to base, this actually allows Yeji Jiang to just continue to auto-attack these creeps down, and actually in a little bit of a decent spot here, at least a better one than she was.
Yeah, though as we can see, she is falling a bit behind in CS, now down by about 8, 20 to 20. Nothing too insurmountable, you know, it's not quite to that point yet. But still needs to get in here and make sure she's securing this CS. The trample, like you said, doing work for Wisdom to clear out and get those minions and keep his wave pushing.
This is such a strange game to commentate because it literally just comes down to every single auto attack having overall a very, very impactful presence. Now keep in mind, Yeji Jiang does have Ignite still available, whereas Wisdom's is about halfway back off cooldown. So small advantage there, but level 6 for Wisdom. He probably could have picked up a kill by ulting, but keep in mind he doesn't have enough mana to. So something to keep a you know, timer on. Cannon minion CS there, but once again, Yeji will die off of an all-in, so win condition here for Wisdom is just getting enough mana.
Yeah, and Yeji has to be very careful, does have that dazzle to stun out Wisdom's Alistar, but he can just go ahead, pop Unbreakable Will if he gets enough mana for it, break straight out of that stun. You see, he's playing very forward underneath of this tower.
He was trying to get Yeji to auto-attack him, and she did, and she took so much damage from all those creeps that she might actually die here. Wisdom just waiting for enough mana for a pulverized auto-attack combo. But once again, he would have kill potential if his Ignite wasn't down, but still having to play defense.
Gets that pulverize in, takes a turret shot for it. He still has the advantage here. Yeji just so low on mana, not really able to get any spells out currently. As we can see, CS difference is growing very slowly. Now 11 behind, 10 as I speak the words. But man, this is such a bizarre game. This is not what I expected when I woke up this morning. Rapid, I just I didn't wake up and say, you know what, Alistar Taric. That's gonna be
nobody expects
the highlight of my day.
The Taric Inquisition. Whoa, there's Ignite turned around. Ultimate used by Yeji, but once again, she is lower in HP, very strong at this point, and actually might win this off an auto attack. There's the turnaround, the Ignite taken down, the flash in, the auto attack for Wisdom, and it'll take her out. Now, he will die to creep damage off the back of that, or at least he might have. But look at how well played this is for Wisdom. He realizes that she's overextended the second his Ignite comes off cooldown, flashes in, gets the auto attack, and gets first blood versus Yeji Jiang. And that'll be Wisdom taking game number 1 over Athena's player, Yeji Jiang.
Wow, and he actually did live in the end. The minions weren't able to win it out for that little
here comes Chudnator. Oh, he did get a couple of auto attacks there and was able to kill off Wisdom there. So, man, Chud's been killing all kinds of OGN pros this season. As soon as they win the 1v1, they're usually pretty low HP. So he just walks up there, kills them. It's super BM, but how many people get to say that they killed Wisdom? Well, actually, probably a lot. But you get the idea.
Ouch.
Well, hey, I'm just saying, you know, some teams have to be at the top of the bracket, and some teams are IM.
That is a fair enough statement, I suppose, but good job to Wisdom coming out on top of that first match. But it is still a best of 3, folks, so the action is not yet over for this matchup. We're gonna have to see if Yeji's gonna be able to fire back and keep a foothold, a little bit of a grasp in this best of 3 series. Now, what do you think? Just because so far we've seen in at least in the matches so far and all of yesterday, anytime somebody lost, they immediately banned out the champion that they lost to. Do you think that we're going to see Alistar and Taric banned out going into this next game?
Probably not. Given the fact that there are slightly stronger 1v1 champions available, you shouldn't see Alistar and Taric be... I mean, unless they just want to do a rematch, we're going to see probably the same bans for both sides. While it was Yeji Jiang that was actually banned the first 3 champions in the Korean client, Garen, Gragas, and Gangplank. It's going to be a couple of different G champions being banned here by Wisdom. He's gonna go with the Garen, Gnar, and probably another G champion here. He's got GG banned right now. We'll see if he goes for the third one in a row to complete the set.
Yep, Gangplank, yeah, just take it away. We'll have to see what they want to finish these out with. So far, just really crazy picks and bans between these two. I would like to see the GP played, actually. I think Gangplank would be a very interesting choice for a 1v1.
You know, Gangplank actually functions very, very well in melee versus melee 1v1s because his scurvy passive is just way too strong. In the first like 1, 2, 3 levels, it's ridiculous how much damage that does. So the reason we don't see too many Gangplanks is because things like 80 carries exist, which is what Gangplank wishes he would be when he grows up. Unfortunately, he is a melee champion, and so doesn't quite fare so well in that matchup. So there's the Gangplank ban and the Gragas ban too. So really not a whole lot of focus towards the ban phase. It's primarily going to be about the picks. Are we gonna see another Tarek versus Alistar?
The invert.
But this time they're playing each other's champions. So
this is all right. I don't care. Like, the Madlife game doesn't matter anymore. Space and Madlife is out of my mind. Wisdom and Yeji Jeong right here. This is the hype match of the day. Inverted picks with the Tarek. Now on Wisdom. Yeji using the Alistar. This just got real.
Yeah, I mean, Yeji's gonna have to show him how it's done. Or at least for Wisdom, he actually just finished beating a Tarek, and now he's playing the opposite matchup. So this is to be like, all right, you got your notepad out, you're taking notes. This is how you beat Alistar as Tarek. Or of course, the turnaround also possible. If they go into the 1v1, or if they tie 1-1 in their series, they'll go into a Game 3 blind pick. And then they won't know what champion the other one is choosing. So,
Rapid, I can't tell you how excited I am for that to happen, because if we get to a blind pick, I will lay down money that we will still see a Tarek Alistar, or
but
maybe
then, do you
maybe
keep
a
swapping?
mirror match.
Do you go back to the original one?
Well, maybe we'll see a mirror. Maybe if Yeji can win on the Alistar, they'll establish that Alistar is the dominant champion in this matchup, and then we would see an Alistar versus Alistar 1v1.
Or if they both choose Tarek, then they just walk up,
They
stun
just
each other, and then just stand still. And then they walk away. They're just like, oh, well, it's, very dazzling experience. But like we said, this time around, switching champions, it's going to be awesome to watch. Wisdom versus Yeji, game number 2. Of course, these are both IM players, even though they are on slightly different teams. So we can't expect that they've at least communicated before, just because they are still part of the same organization, even though they do play in totally different leagues.
Yeah. Man, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to really kind of contain my excitement at this point and not let it spill over into my voice. This is actually really hype for me. That first match was already really good, and I just want to see what's going to happen with this invert. But let's take a look at the runes and masteries for these players so far. We got Wisdom's up on the screen.
So for Wisdom, I believe he actually picked up a small amount of mana regen, as well as magic resistance, and some armor and ability power. But look at his tank runes here. He's running 0-21-9. So he put 3 points into rejuvenation, which has actually really been nerfed a lot, and of course 1 point in the follow-up regen immediately after that. So he's looking for a ton of sustain off of this. You can see he also put a point into getting mana regen or health regen based on his maximum mana pool as well there. So a lot of HP regen going to be coming his way, and he's just looking to stay in lane longer. Be able to see Yeji Jiang's rune page here. Magic penetration, AP, armor, and I believe that was magic resistance? Yeah, it's magic resistance as well there. So a fairly standard tank rune page, but her page is going to be 2190. And it is her only rune page, or mastery page, so we know this is the one that she's using. 2190, a very heavy AD focus here on her Alistar.
Yeah, she wants to get in and just rip through Tarek with those auto attacks. She was getting bullied out in the last matchup, so a little unsurprising that she wants to go on the aggressive side, fire back, and secure herself a win. We're just gonna have to see if she's able to do that. Take the knowledge that she gained from that matchup and use it to win now that she is on the opposite side. But we are getting ready to get in the game. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, that's right. Game number 2 coming your way, and of course, do want to make sure that you guys express your thoughts about this tournament. Make sure to head on over to Twitter, tweet at Azubu TV using the hashtag #TheSoloKing, and let us know who you guys think is going to win. Whether it's I am Athena or just I am, we want to hear what you have to say, so hashtag #TheSoloKing, and let us know what you think. We're going to get into game number 2 coming up in a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King 1v1 tournament here, featuring all of your favorite teams, players, and champions from Champions, of course, broadcast on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilleos, and we're getting into our second actually best of 3. First matchup featuring Wisdom and Yeji Jiang. Of course, Wisdom. Wait, what is Chudnator doing here? Okay, all right, thanks, Chuds. Our observers having a little bit of fun before the game starts. They are in the game so that we don't miss any of the action and can see where everything is. But oh my goodness, some people, you know, they just gotta make it a little bit more interesting. So we're gonna see Alistar versus Tarek, but the mirror matchup here. We start to see the reverse of this in game 1. Now it's gonna be up to Wisdom to if he wants to take a 2-0, he'll have to beat the champion that he just beat his champion with.
Yeah, and actually now, as we can see, we're both still running the Flash Ignite, so unsurprisingly, they want to maintain their aggressiveness, but you made note of this last time. Yeji Jiang did not stick around for that extra potion, but now we can see she is actually opting to do that, Wisdom doing the same, so gonna have a lot more equal sustain this time around as they come back in to this lane and start fighting each other. Maybe that potion, you never know, that missing potion could have made all the difference. Could have swung the game in her favor.
Could have swung the game in her favor. Well, I'm not sure if that's necessary. I mean, 150 HP is a good thing to have no matter what point in the game you are. So interesting to see. It's still a change as far as potions are concerned, with Yeji actually picking up an extra health potion, whereas Wisdom going with an extra mana potion on his Tarek. Now, keep in mind, Wisdom's Tarek is spec'd full defensive masteries, so he is very, very tanky at this point in the game, whereas Yeji going 21 points in offense will hurt when she hits.
As you can see, firing back with the headbutt and auto attack. Even exchange so far. 1 CS advantage. Alright, never mind. The hype's gone.
Yeah, the CS advantages in the early game probably not quite as impactful as watching these early trades. You can see, that's actually the Gemcraft passive coming into play there. Was able to get off, I think, at least 2 procs of that. You go stun, auto attack, shatter, auto attack, and your auto attacks do more damage because of Gemcraft, and they do more damage because, oh my god, that was a headbutt pulverized under turret opportunity, but unfortunately, we're not going to quite see that. Okay, there's the headbutt, there's the pulverized, gonna hit him back into turret, forcing that flash out of Wisdom. He knew it was coming, and had that flash ready.
Yep, Ignite, burn, flash down for Yeji. Wisdom still hanging on to his Ignite, though. That could come in handy if you can get into a bit of an advantageous position.
And actually, a couple of cool things there that Yeji Jiang just did. She actually headbutted Wisdom back, so he was unable to CS the cannon minion. So keeping him from being able to kill those cannon minions, actually something that, you know, Alistar can do that is a little bit overlooked.
Yeah, some very nice little subtle denials coming in, trying to get as much of a gold lead as possible. Already down a little bit CS. Nice headbutt into the turret. Yet again, First shot goes over to Wisdom, and now he is starting to get dangerously low.
Yeah, that's the second turret shot that Yeji's been able to make Wisdom take. And while it did blow both of their flashes, she actually used Ignite there as well. Whoa, another headbutt underneath the turret. Wisdom might actually die here. Oh my gosh. He's running away with just 2 HP. Now he will have to actually keep running. Or wait, what? Okay, he's just going to wait until he has enough HP back. Man, these turret shots that Yeji's been able to set up, you can see Wisdom, he's not playing that game anymore. He's like, alright, you made me take 3 turret shots, I'm just going to back off and wait for the wave to push.
Yeah, completely opposite playstyle coming in for Yeji. We didn't see Wisdom try to make any of these headbutt, pulverized plays whatsoever in that last game. But Yeji just out for blood and revenge. Just doing a great job so far in this matchup. So you can see now 14-14 in CS. Pretty dead even thus far. Wisdom just a little bit lower on mana.
And Wisdom, like we were talking about earlier, he's having a play of the champion that he actually lost his last matchup with. So I think, Yeji was getting into position for another headbutt pulverized, but they're a little bit too far away from the turret. And so with this wave actually slightly pushing in Wisdom's favor, Yeji will be able to at least get it in a position where she can shove it far enough into the turret to where she can actually get that first recall back to base and hopefully come back with enough items to maybe pick up the win here in this exchange. Now, a nice headbutt backwards will force Wisdom to tank up a couple of creep hits, but Yeji's still on top in pretty much every department. CS advantage, HP, and mana. It's looking good for I Am Athena's player here.
Yeah, absolutely. The Ignite is about 3/4 of the way back up for her as well, so that's going to come into play very soon. Still sitting on that extra health potion, so sustain is not going to be a problem for her. As we can see, Wisdom is just completely out of mana at this point. Flash is still down for a little bit longer for both of these players. Should see those up in about a minute, a little bit over a minute or so. But for now, just a lot of farming plays coming out. Oh, some aggressive play, headbutt back onto Wisdom. Yeji trying to get these auto attacks in, doesn't have the Ignite though to find the kill.
But it's coming up in just a couple of seconds, and specifically with level 6 picked up, that means that Yeji will be able to actually dive this turret without actually having to worry about getting killed. And she can actually go in for the aggression, take the Dazzle Stun, and then use her ultimate to not only break the CC from the Dazzle Stun, but also gets, I think it's, is it 75 AD at level 1? It's a lot of extra
It's a hefty
damage.
amount. Yeah, it's a hefty amount, and also that damage reduction gonna help out quite a bit.
Okay, I was a little bit wrong. It's actually only 60 AD at level 1. 75 is the second level in Unbreakable Will.
Yeah, 60 AD is still nothing to shake a stick at. That can make the difference between living and dying. Still holding onto that potion. Nice pulverize with the headbutt back. Wisdom taking a lot of auto attacks from the minions. Being taken very low. The Ignite is up. Potion's going to come out, however, from Yeji.
Oh, wow. This is very dangerous for Wisdom. Not only does he not have the ability to heal himself, he cannot flash away. And, yeah, he's just going to shove the wave and go back to base.
Yeah, the only saving grace is really that he also has an Ignite, but not going to do too much for him if he can't use any of his abilities to get those passive procs off for that extra damage.
Now, Yeji both needs to CS this minion wave and go back to base, because if she stays in lane for too long, then she's just going to lose out in these items. And we still have yet to see exactly what Wisdom is going to buy. He's waiting in base and picks up... What? He's going triple Doran's rings here. I mean, it's not a bad item. It's what you see a lot of mage players buy. But, I mean, Taric is not per se an ability power based champion, and Yeji buys a Catalyst the Protector. You aren't actually going to use the Catalyst Protector in lane. You're gonna get probably a maximum of 2 extra levels in lane before the game ends, just because of the way 1v1s work. If she's able to make the game last long enough to where she gets, 3, 4, 5 extra levels off of that Catalyst, then sure, that's a lot of good sustain, a lot of good tank stats, but may not necessarily help her actually kill Wisdom, who has picked up Doran's rings to help accomplish just that.
Yeah, this is very much a a throwback to like the season 2 solo queue AP Tarek supports
No,
that we used to see.
That was no, that was. We were gonna pretend like those times did not.
Oh, it was a thing. Oh,
did
nice.
not last.
Pulverized
Look
with
at
the
the
headbutt back.
heals,
Wisdom.
though. That is actually a ridiculous amount of health. So definitely something to keep an eye on there. Every time he's gonna go with the imbue, which is his heal, he not only gets 40% additional healing just by using it on himself, as opposed to splitting it with something, but he also does scale off of ability power, 30 or 0.3 AP ratio. So it's not super huge or anything, but it does mean he's gonna heal for a lot more.
Absolutely, as you can see, stun up with the dazzle. They're just trading back and forth with these auto attacks a bit. Wisdom's heal really just starting to do work, but his mana is suffering for it all the same. So it's, you gotta take a little bit of the bad with the good. Hopefully he will be able to, rely on these potions and his crystalline flask charges to get his mana back up. Charge is still available for Yeji here. So she's pretty well off, not really in the danger zone yet. As we can see, though, both players' flashes are up. Dazzle comes out. Nice shatter for some harass.
Now, I'm starting to like the triple Doran's rings for Wisdom, because what it's going to allow him to do is every time he kills a minion, he's going to get back, what is that, 12, it's 4 times 3, whoa, ignite, wait, what? That's an ignite under turret just to cut healing. So he waited until she. Oh, there's the headbutt. The pulverized back underneath the turret. Will this be enough damage? Oh, she used Unbreakable Will before the dazzle came out and can continue to chase Wisdom down, but no ultimate anymore. There's the pulverize, or the headbutt rather. Now where's the pulverized here?
Not able to hit, but
Wisdom actually might have kill potential here. Needs 2 more autos. Whoa, why did she walk back away from there? There's the counter ignite. Waiting for Wisdom to come in and take a turret shot and die. So, wisely backing off there. This game, once again, so incredibly close.
This is, yet again, I am scooched up on the edge of my seat on the verge of falling off. Yeji just...
Oh, there's the stun under turret! Needs 1 more auto attack! Wisdom can't get it off in time.
Oh my god. Just, yet again, back and forth. Just so close for both of these players, just unable to finish out this game. They just can't seem to find that extra little hint of damage that's needed.
Yeji really needs to continue getting these headbutt pulverizes under turret. It's what almost won her the game earlier on, but it's not yet being able to find it. She's 8 CS down. Of course, maybe not. Oh, a nice dazzle to prevent her from CSing that minion. Just gonna get closer and closer to this CS score. It's not necessarily the most exciting way to win the game, but if you can demonstrate the ability to harass your opponent so much that she, in this case, doesn't, get as many creep kills as you can, then that is one way of winning the game. You just have to have a 10 CS advantage.
Absolutely, as we see, Wisdom back up to full HP, mana still a bit low, but...
Oh, that may not have been a good direction to headbutt Tarek. Into closer auto attack range. Oh my goodness, that triumphant roar may not be triumphant for much longer.
Oh wow, this is just nail biting action at the moment. Yeji just playing with fire at this point. Needs to go back, but it's just...
Oh, she ran out of mana.
Oh.
That headbutt wouldn't have been enough to kill Wisdom if he had been able to walk out of it far enough, but what she really needs to do is land a flash and then use the headbutt first and then pulverize him under turret to force him to stay there a little bit longer, rather than pulverizing, maneuvering, and then headbutting him.
Yeah, actually the last time that she really went for that and got him under turret, she flashed behind him, then pulverized and headbutt him. So yeah, just a little bit of mismanage with that rotation of abilities coming out from Yeji, but still really strong showing, putting up one heck of a fight, gets a headbutt back. Not going to be enough to finish him out, though. Those heals from Wisdom, just a little bit too strong. Yeah. He's only on by a thread with his mana at this point, really relying on those Doran's Blade.
You are absolutely right, Achilles. When you talk about mana and the ability to sustain that, 3 Doran's rings can give you a little bit of extra regen, but I'll continue to walk up on Yeji Jiang here. She is She is starting to feel the struggles now, with the sustained advantage finally tipping against her just based off of all that extra mana that Wisdom has found himself. Wisdom, though, I think has tanked more turret shots this game than any other 1v1. Because he keeps edging out right underneath the turret. Keep in mind, he does have a 0.21.9 rune page. So once again, very, very defensive, and using the Ignite again. Not for kill potential, but just to cut this sustain coming Yeji's way.
Yeah, really smart coming out from Wisdom. As we can see, Ignite is about to come back up for Yeji as well, though. Flash still far cry away from being back up. Still some time on that one, but here comes the 100 CS mark for Wisdom. Yeji is just nowhere near.
Yeah, she would need to be at least 87, and trying to win the 1v1 with auto attacks there. Wisdom's gonna give it to her as far as, you know, the auto attack 1v1s, but does actually need to be careful, maybe a little bit. Now there's no mana for Yeji, so she probably has no kill potential here. Flashes up in about 20 seconds, and Wisdom kind of having a little bit of fun at this point.
Yeah, this is, he's 1 CS away from winning the game.
It's right there. I can see it. Is it to... Oh, he stunned the wrong... Wisdom stuns the wrong minion. I suppose any minion would have been the wrong minion, because that was supposed to go on to, onto Yeji Jeong. Wisdom actually going to take a trip back to base... just kidding. He is staying in lane and should be able to pick up at least one of these. She's 2 CS away from not losing this game, but we'll see if Cannon Minion decides what it is or what it isn't. Oh, and now only a 9 CS difference. Wisdom gonna go in there, needs 1 more CS to be able to win the game, and I'm not sure why they're playing the music quite yet. I don't think they've won just yet. One more CS.
It's in with 9. 8 CS now. But I'm sure he can just kind of walk up and shatter on us.
Yeah, he did get the kill, or the kill on that last minion. I think we rolled the music a little bit early that time, but the 100 CS mark, over 10 CS advantage ahead, and that means that Wisdom will take the 2-0 over I Am Athena's player, Yeji Jiang. And that's going to do it for our second best of 3, which means that we do have a quick commercial break coming up here in just a second. Before we get into the finals of this group, it will be Wisdom facing off against Ambition. And so if you guys are excited to watch that matchup, then stick around. And of course, if you don't want to miss that matchup or any other matchups, make sure to hit the follow button right down below the stream. It's super simple. It literally says the word follow. You click that and we'll let you know whenever we go live with the Solo King. Of course, do want to make sure that you guys head over to Twitter and follow @Azubu TV. Use the hashtag The Solo King to let us know what you thought about tonight's tournament. So stick around, we'll be right back with the finals.
Email your clips to top5lolfails@gmail.com.
What's up, Machinima Realm viewers, and welcome to another episode of Top 5 LoL Plays. I really hope you guys will enjoy the plays, but let's go into the number 5 spot. This one is going to be starting off around the Baron pit. As you see, the blue team is trying to attempt it, but as Azara trying to ward gets pulled in, she ends up dying to the Blitzcrank and to the rest of the team. But you gotta remember, you can't always count them out, as Azara with her passive ends up stealing the Baron. Let this be a lesson, you should never count anyone out. Moving on to the number 4 spot is going to be a Katarina play in the middle lane. We're going to be putting our eyes onto the blue team's Katarina as she gets Lulu ulted, as she finally gets the kill on the enemy's Katarina right under the tower. The Rengar finally comes in, but he puts his focus on the Lulu. As the Rengar gets his kill, the Katarina is the only one that's left, but she puts a ward over the wall to try and see the Rengar. But as she sees the Rammus and the exclamation mark on top of her, she uses the Shumpo, goes over the wall and dodges both of them and avoids certain death. That was definitely a pretty close play, but jumping to the number 3 spot is going to be a Brand showing us why you never want to dive this champion. The enemy Ezreal throwing a few Qs at the Brand to try and poke him down is not having much success. As the allied Blitzcrank comes in and pulls the enemy Lee Sin right under the tower, but the Jace jumping on the Brand is going to be regretting that decision shortly after. The Brand with an extremely quick reaction, Zanya is just barely dodging the Ezreal ultimate, also manages to get a kill on the Lee Sin, and finally the Ezreal under the tower picking up a Quadra. Let us not put on the brakes just yet and move on to the number 2 spot, where Victor, one of the more underrated champions, is going to be showing to us that maybe, just maybe, this champion deserves to be looked at some more. He tried going for the kill on the Corki just earlier with his laser, but the Nami trying to put a stop to him misses the bubble as he keeps sidestepping and dodging so many skill shots. As his W stuns the Nami in mid place, the Corki firing off his Qs tries to finish off the very low HP Victor for the double buff, but he flashes in, puts on the ultimate, and picks up a double kill in an impressive 2v1 turnaround. But the number 1 place of this week is going to be given to a Pantheon, and he's going to be starting off with a blue buff, just finishing it up. He was wise enough not to waste his smite on the blue because the enemy team is definitely doing Baron. The Pantheon is only 6-3-2, and the score is somewhat close, but that is all going to change in just a matter of seconds as Pantheon with his ultimate drops right in, gets the steal on the Baron while also picking up a kill on the Vi, picks up a kill on the Thresh, but he is nowhere near done as he also gets a kill on the Jax, walks up to the enemy's ADC Twitch, and picks him up as well for a pentakill and a Baron steal. If that's not a way to put your team in the lead, I don't know what is. Alright guys, I hope you did enjoy this week of Top 5 LoL Plays, and don't forget to submit your clips to be featured for the next episode.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament featuring all your favorite players from the Season of Champions. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and joining me is Seth Achilleos King, and we'll be breaking down every matchup coming your way tonight. The finals of our first half of the bracket, Wisdom versus Ambition. And while Wisdom had some relatively interesting games in his best of 3, Ambition, crushing things home, had very, very dominant play himself. So in the matchup versus Ambition, it's going to be AD carry versus AD carry, even though it's actually jungler versus jungler. We're going to see an Ezreal versus Varus. How do you think this is going to work out, Achilleos?
Well, this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Varus, not somebody that we see terribly often these days, but it's really going to come down to the harass game, I feel, particularly from the side of Ambition. As long as he can use those piercing arrows to get through to Wisdom and chunk him down in advance, then when he hits that level 6, he'll be able to throw his ultimate out, lock down Wisdom, and maybe try to get a kill. Wisdom, on the other hand, he is playing one of the slipperiest ADCs in the game. Ezreal, of course, with his E, able to just bounce all over the place as long as he has the mana to sustain his evasiveness. So it's really going to come down to Wisdom playing elusively and being able to fire off with his Qs and try to just outpoke Ambition and out CS him at the same time.
And it should be an AD Ezreal instead of an AP Ezreal. And while AP Ezreal has a lot of great harass mechanics through the minion line, with that the Mystic Shot, it's primarily going to be ADs just because it gives you so much better last hit. It means when you get the wave shoved under your turret, you're still going to be able to kill the minions under there without having to worry about having enough damage.
Yeah,
I think I meant to say Essence Flux earlier instead of Mystic Shot. Mystic Shot, the Q, Essence Flux, the ability to... Yeah.
It's okay, I knew what you meant.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it used to be the ability that Ezreal was so well known for back before his... when he was first released, Essence Flux was not only an attack speed buff and attack speed debuff, but also an area of effect heal. So, just saying, it used to be a very good ability. Now it is a very not good ability, at least if you're playing AD Ezreal.
Yeah, it's been worked through a couple times and is very much not even a fragment of its former self. But, you know, it's not the biggest of deals. Ezreal still manages without that W in his kit primarily. It's just one extra thing to throw out in the rotation.
Well, we're gonna see how that rotation works out. Let's go ahead and get in a game. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a 1v1 tournament here broadcast to you on Azubu TV, featuring, in this matchup, Wisdom versus Ambition. The winner of this best of 3 will advance to the playoff bracket of the Solo King to face players like Faker, Easy Hoon, and a host of other top Korean pros who have already advanced. Of course, they will have to face off against each other for the opportunity to get in there. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilleos, and getting into our first game in this best of 3, Wisdom versus Ambition. Now, both of these players played junglers competitively, but we'll get a chance to see how their AD carry game is as Varus faces off against Wisdom's Ezreal, who's already hit 1 Mystic Shot, so game already won.
Yep, that's it. Might as well go ahead and just disconnect.
Yeah, we didn't mention the win condition land 1 skill shot to win the game, but in all seriousness, the way that you win the game is either by killing the enemy champion, killing the enemy turret, or killing 100 of the enemy's minions. Or minor caveat with that is that you actually have to have a 10 CS advantage over your opponent once you hit that 100 CS mark. And so if it's super close, then we're going to see a really tense situation develop, because you do have to have that 10 CS advantage over your opponent. So talk about the starts here. Doran's Blades for both AD carries and teleports, but with opposite summoner spells, and this is actually a big summoner spell advantage here for Ambition, taking the barrier versus Ignite. Now, usually you want to get greedy and take the summoner heal because it gives you both a health and a move speed buff, but it doesn't give you quite as much of a shield as quite as much effective HP as barrier does. And barrier is great versus Ignite because not only does it stop the Ignite damage, it gives you more overall HP than taking heal.
Sorry, I'm just experiencing a little bit of technical difficulty working on getting my way back in here.
Alright, well hopefully everything works out there. As far as this 1v1's working out, already we're seeing a lot of Hail of Arrows spam, and I love going for Hail of Arrows over Piercing Arrow, because while it may seem cool to charge up your Piercing Arrow, and when it lands it's going to deal a lot of damage, as far as reliable damage is concerned, much better to go with Hail of Arrows, because it allows you to still AoE down the wave, but also hit your damage a little bit more often. And so as far as the pressure is concerned, of course, Ambition with area of effect spells that damage minions is going to be able to push the wave maybe a little bit faster. And for Wisdom, he should actually try to stay away from the creep wave so that when Hail of Arrows comes out, it doesn't actually hit both him and the creeps and allow Ambition to simultaneously put on Harass and shove the wave. But oh, now, especially now that level 3 is hit for both champions, this is where you're going to see those stacks of Blight stack up onto Wisdom. And then if they get popped by Hail of Arrows, that is going to be a lot of extra bonus damage.
Yeah, you can pop with the Hail of Arrows and also with the Piercing Arrow. Either one. Gonna start ripping through Wisdom if he doesn't play carefully.
Oh, Wisdom hitting a couple of nice trick shots off the arcane shifts through the minion wave, so getting a lot of nice damage down there, and already first health potions being used by both AD carries.
Yep, but Wisdom being taken a little bit low. He's gonna have to play carefully here. So you can see 20 CS to 20 CS. Wisdom maybe opting to go ahead and back for the first time here. Looks like, yeah, it is going to go through. Ambition gonna follow suit and go back. We'll have to see what these guys opt to pick up. Looks like a double Doran start coming out from both of these players. Wisdom picking up mana pots and Ambition as well. Actually, we have a perfectly mirrored itemization going on.
Yeah, and you can see that's directly reflected in the CS. There's only a 2 CS difference, so you're probably going to expect to see very similar items between both AD carries. And that means it's going to be primarily just based on the champion matchup to determine who wins these games, rather than you know, alternating item builds. Given that they are playing very similar style of champions, big difference between the two being that Ambition's poke damage from Piercing Arrow actually goes through the minions, whereas most of Wisdom's does not, unless you're talking about his ultimate.
Yeah, big difference indeed. Wow, as you can see, 3 of those stacks
Whoa,
coming
Wisdom
out.
might be in a little bit of trouble. No flash for Ambition. We'll still have to watch out for those arrows.
Yeah, Piercing Arrow does not land, but wow, that is Wisdom just really starting to do work. As you can see, consuming those Blight stacks with the Hail of Arrows, just ripping right through Wisdom's HP, taking him excruciatingly low. Gotta play a bit more carefully here. You can see Wisdom just chugging his potions. Ambition still holding on to a few of his.
Oh, Wisdom very, very low. And this is where Flash is such a good skill to have. For Ambition, keep in mind, he does have Ignite as his summoner spell. No heal, no barrier. He's looking to play aggressively, and now in a defensive situation, those summoners aren't going to help him.
Yeah, not at all. Even if you can get the damage in onto Ambition to maybe get lethal, he's got to worry about that barrier, like you said.
Oh my goodness, Ambition! Almost with a kill there off the Piercing Arrow, but using the last vestiges of his mana, Wisdom manages to Arcane Shift just barely in time to the side. Great dodge by Ambition, but he's gonna have to take the long, slow walk back into lane.
Yeah, this is gonna give time for Ambition to really, you know, get himself back up. He's 50 CS to Wisdom's 42, so a nice little lead. He's gonna go ahead back, as we can see. Triple Dorans now coming in, potions as well, and he will begin the walk back. Wisdom's gonna make it back a little bit sooner than Ambition. That'll help him get a few CS up. For the most part, we should see Ambition maintaining a bit of a lead in this matchup. Now it's really just going to be a matter of if he's able to maintain that and get to that 100 CS mark. We're already just about halfway there. But with the amount of aggression that we've been seeing coming out from Ambition, I'm not sure if this is going to come down to a CS match.
Oh, Arcane Shift forward. True Shot Barrage misses. That means that Wisdom actually might die here. We've got the Chains of Corruption coming out. There's the barrier, and Ambition just walking forward through the creep wave to pick up the kill on a Wisdom.
Yeah, like I said, it was going to come down to the elusiveness for Wisdom, not able to find it. Really aggressive play forward. The True Shot Barrage, an enormous whiff coming out. And as you can see, just the chains just ripping right through him, locking him down. Nothing he can do. That's game 1 of the finals going over to Ambition. 1-0 over Wisdom.
And there you go. Best of 3 series, though, does mean that there is time for Wisdom to bring things back. Show Ambition maybe how wise he is at this point in picking champions. And to be fair, there's nothing wrong with Ezreal in the 1v1. You're very, very safe. But he was playing Ezreal very aggressively. Arcane shifted in to get damage down. And once he got hit by those Chains of Corruption, it's kind of all over from there.
Yeah, I disliked Ezreal in that type of matchup. Varus very much having the advantage because of those blight stacks. Really anything for an ADC. If you have heavy damage and an ability that can consume maximum HP percentages, it's just really ridiculously strong in a 1v1 matchup. So I will not be too terribly surprised when we see this Varus taken away as we get ready to move into game 2. The Ezreal, maybe not worthy of a ban. We might see that one still on the table. The performance there was just not really enough to warrant the ban, I don't feel. But we'll have to see what they decide to do.
And we should still see jungle champions banned because both of these players do play junglers competitively for their respective teams. So it'll be interesting to see as far as picks and bans go. But before we hop into game number 2, we do want to mention that this entire tournament, the Solo King, if you feel the need to donate to the tournament to help support a great cause, you can scroll right down below the stream. We are supporting Extra Life, which does give money to help children's hospitals around the nation. So do want to encourage you guys to scroll right down below the screen, click that Extra Life button, and throw a quick donation over there. It doesn't even have to be much, but it does go to a great cause. So make sure to check them out by, once again, scrolling right down below the screen, clicking on the Extra Life button, and going in for a donation. We're going to go in for a game number 2 here in just a second. Between Ambition and Wisdom, and I'd give Ambition maybe a slight edge, but that's only off of seeing his his professional competitive games, not off of his 1v1 abilities. So we'll see if he's able to, because he actually had a very close series, and while Wisdom's series was close versus Yeji Jiang, it was close in a much different way.
Yeah, it's also much sillier by comparison as far as that matchup goes. But I don't want to count Wisdom out. Just had a little bit of a rough showing on the Ezreal there in that first game.
I mean, they call him Wisdom for a reason, right?
Yeah, he's gonna flex that brain muscle and show us what he is made of. Lay the Wisdom down and bring out a win for himself. And then we can go to a game 3, which would be pretty hyped for these finals.
Well, I know I'd be pretty hyped for these finals because not only is it going to be our first finals of the night, there's more finals coming up. Besides just the playoff bracket, which is being filled, we have to find out the last player that will join the rest of our Solo King players in the playoff bracket, and that's going to be determined by a final bracket between containing Space versus Madlife and Forget Me Not versus CoCo. Forget Me Not being the mid lane player for I Am Athena, their female team. So it'll be interesting to see those matchups. I know a lot of people are really excited to see all the CJ Entus players play, and of course Ambition representing the only CJ Entus player left in this this first bracket in the group stage that we're working through.
Yeah, that is true. And no one else really there. And then of course for the next game after this, it's going to come down to Space and Madlife, duking it out to see whether or not they get to play against their other teammate, CoCo, if he can conquer Forget Me Not, the female faker. So that is going to be one heck of a game and one heck of a way to close out the group stages for the Solo King tournament. But we'll have to see. We got a long ways to go before we reach the end of today. And of course, that's going to include this second match as we get ready to go into the picks and bans.
So like you said, game number 2, and before we get into this game, of course, if you don't want to miss any of the Solo King matches coming your way, make sure to hit the follow button right down below the stream. It takes one click, and that means that you're guaranteed to get to catch every single matchup of the Solo King. We're gonna have 1v1s featuring guys like Easy, Hoon, Faker, Madlife, and Space are coming up next after this matchup, and there's just a lot of great players, a lot of great games, and you want to make sure to hit that follow button so you can see great matches like Ambition versus Wisdom. Game number 2 will be coming up here in just a second, with Ambition having taken down game number 1.
You can see these are bans, the Karma a little bit more, not what I was expecting, but the J4 and the Pantheon coming out, both of these players being junglers, very unsurprising seeing those taken away. Karma and Annie, actually Wisdom, not wanting to play against the mages in this matchup. Now, Zed being the final ban being taken away here by Ambition. We'll have to see what Wisdom wants to do. Whether he wants to remove that Varus or leave it up, maybe take it for himself.
I mean,
But
Caitlyn is still an option. So if you don't ban the Caitlyn, I promise you Ambition is first picking that champion.
yeah, well, it is absolutely up, and there it is, the lock-in. Just as you said, Ambition taking that one away. So this leaves a bit of deliberation for Wisdom. Hovering on the Nunu.
Now, Nunu traditionally does very, very well in 1v1s just because of his hilarious sustained advantage early. However, is very vulnerable to being out-harassed early on before he can get all of those passive stacks that he needs from auto attacks to give him clear cast spells. But so instead of going for the Nunu, a melee champion versus this ranged Caitlyn is going to go for a Misfortune, and I like the Misfortune a lot more. What I'd like to see instead of a Misfortune would be a Lucian. Lucian versus Caitlyn has been proven to be one of the most exciting matchups to watch as far as AD carry versus AD carry. This time around, it's going to be can Wisdom hit those double ups and avoid taking too much harass back in return off of the range differential between the two AD carries.
Yeah, like you said, the double up's very much going to be the key factor here for Wisdom if he wants to succeed in this matchup. Ambition just has so much in his arsenal between the Pilt over Peacemaker, the 90 caliber net, and of course his passive to get those headshots every 7th auto attack. He's just going to have a lot of harass to lay down onto Wisdom. He's got the range advantage. We're gonna have to see how he can manipulate the waves to get those double ups onto Ambition to put that damage out where he wants it to go.
Well, that's going to do it for champion picks and bans, and AD carry versus AD carry again. Testament to how strong these champions are in this matchup. If you guys have a favorite or a player that you're looking forward to see play here tonight in the Solo King, make sure to take to Twitter. Use the hashtag #TheSoloKing and tell us which player you guys think is the Solo King. I'll do my very best to check out what people are tweeting about the tournament and might even get a chance to read them on air a little bit later on. But before we head into anything else, let's actually take a brief moment to check out the champion the champion runes and masteries. We should be able to see those here coming up in just a second. But they should actually be fairly similar for Ambition. He actually innovated taking a point out of Dangerous Game and putting 2 points into Warlord for a little smidgen of extra AD. Whereas, don't know exactly what to expect from Wisdom's Misfortune. It's a little bit of a dark world out there. We'll see if he wants to bring it out.
We'll have to take a look here. I wouldn't be too surprised, like you said, if we have almost the exact same setup coming in from both of these players. 13, 9, 10%.
Alright, well the 10% is going to be attack speed, that's 9 armor, and then of course the rest is, I want to say damage. But here, checking out a bit Ambition's mastery setup, once again we talked about putting that extra point in Warlord and taking it out of Dangerous Game. A little bit of an innovation there, but shouldn't be, anything mind-blowing. Checking out his rune setup as well, he's got 1.7 mana regen on top of a lot of attack speed, damage, and armor in there as well. So nice to see him splitting up those blues just because he doesn't have to worry about taking a whole lot of magic damage and using it for things that he can actually utilize, like a lot of things. Let's talk about Wisdom in his setup here. He does have a point in Dangerous Game, which is probably not going to cut it too much, but we'll also take the very first mastery point in the offense tree that allows him to both deal and take extra damage. We'll see if that helps him in this 1v1.
Or if it hurts him, it could do that, just the same in reverse. So, could be his demise, if not his victory. But this is going to be interesting game. Everything is now on the line for Wisdom. Needs this win. Stick around and move forward in the tournament. Otherwise, that's it.
Yeah, if you lose here, you're out of the tournament. If you win, well, then you're about as in can be. You advance to the playoffs, versus some of the best players, not only in Champions this season, but in some cases, best players in the world. So it'll be exciting to see not only who advances from this bracket, but we'll also get a chance to go through our final playoff group of the day a little bit later on too. I do want to mention before we get into this game, once again, this tournament does support Extra Life. You can support both Extra Life and help them support children's hospitals across the nation by scrolling right down below the screen and hitting that Extra Life button. And I do want to also encourage you to hit the follow button on this channel so that you get notified whenever we go live with the Solo King or any part of this tournament. You don't want to miss any of these upcoming matches. They are going to be so good. So make sure to hit that follow button, and we'll tell you what's up every time we go live.
Yeah, you especially don't want to miss when we move into, the final stages of the tournament in March. And we get into the meat of the tournament. We get to see Faker play again. As well
See
as
that
a multiple of
coming
players.
up in just a second, so stick around. We'll be right back. And just like that, we're back, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King. Game number 2 between Ambition and Wisdom. In this finals matchup, one player will advance to the playoffs, to the final bracket stage, and Ambition one game in his pocket with arguably the strongest 1v1 champion. As far as AD carries are concerned, Caitlyn doesn't get a whole lot better than that.
As we can see, already just exchanging back and forth with these autos. Not really going either way for these players.
Yeah, neither player really skilling up skills just yet, so maybe if there had been impure shots for Wisdom, he might have been able to force the Summoner spell, but if you just look at the Summoner spells too, it's Flash Ignite from Wisdom, who's looking to flash in aggressively, get a big kill off of Double Up, whereas Ambition, he's just saying, look, you have Grievous Wounds in your kit from impure shots, so I don't want to take Summoner to heal, picks up the Barrier instead and is looking to play it safe.
Yeah, has the teleport as well. So that's going to help him if he decides to take an early back to get some items, or maybe if he actually manages to get harassed out of lane by Wisdom. Again, if he can utilize those double up shots to his advantage. So that is certainly going to give him a bit of a one-up here with that TP. Gives him some flexibility. Of course, Wisdom does have the strut. Gets that extra 70 movement speed, and that'll help him get back to lane pretty much just as quickly.
And to be fair, Wisdom would have the strut even if he wasn't playing Misfortune. If you ever see that guy walk in and out of the player booths, he definitely knows what's going on. So Ambition already pushed very aggressively underneath his turret. He's missing a ton of CS. Same situation kind of for Wisdom, with both players taking down below half HP at only 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, really nice aggression coming out from Wisdom. I feel like that's basically how he's going to have to really play this matchup if he wants to come out on top. He knew that the filter for Peacemaker wasn't quite up. Saw that Ambition didn't have the headshot proc. So he's like, you know what? I can afford to aggress and get some damage in. But now, as we can see, Ambition starting to poke him back out. And already getting a little bit of a lead.
Oh, there's the Ignite going down, the flash on, and there's Barrier. Wisdom might actually lose this. Needs one more auto attack to pick up the kill. He's going to walk under the turret, looking for the last auto attack, but fortunately enough, this Barrier perfectly timed here by Ambition is going to use that when he knows Wisdom has to commit to this all in. Barrier perfectly timed means that Wisdom walked one step too far underneath that turret. It's Ambition with a 2-0 victory and an advance to the finals.
Wow. A 2-minute and 48-second victory, roughly. That was not at all what I had expected.
We do not fool around here at the Solo King, Achilleos.
Yeah, these guys are, you know what? He wanted that victory. It just was very slightly out of his grasp. Probably by just a few range frames there, honestly. So close to being able to get that last auto attack in. But, man, Ambition coming out on top as he struts his way right back down the lane. Says, you know what? I won't even turn and finish you off. I'll let my turret do it for me.
Well, we are going to that's going to do it for our first best of 3, and that does mean that or first finals best of 3, that does mean that we actually are going to have an interview with Ambition coming up here in just a second, and should be getting him on the line here in just a moment. We'll get to hear some of Ambition's thoughts on what he experienced today in the tournament, whether he thought his bracket was easy, hard, how he felt about the matchup. So let's go ahead and get into our interview with Ambition. And if you guys are in Azubu TV chat, we should have Chudnator in there doing translation for us as well. So do want to make sure you guys tune into to chat. Do want to thank him for translating if he is indeed listening. So once again, interview coming up with Ambition. I'm going to turn up the volume, let you listen to Ambition. Follow along in chat if you're looking for translation.
지금 CJ 엔투스 앰비션 선수의 연결이 된 것 같네요. 자, 그럼 오늘 12강 진출 소감 한번 들어봐야겠죠? 앰비션 선수의 인터뷰를 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 지금 통화 연결하고요.
네.
특유의 음이죠. 든든든든든든.
네, 자 연결되는 대로 바로 들려드리도록 할게요. 준비되었나요? 네, 자 CJ 엔투스 앰비션 선수. 네, 자 안녕하십니까?
앰비션 선수?
네, 안녕하십니까?
지금 우주정거장에 계시는 것 같은데요.
네.
네.
교신 상태가 별로 좋지는 않네요.
그렇습니다.
지금-
약간의 좀 거리가 있기 때문에 그 시차가 있을 수도 있어요.
그쵸.
네, 자 그래서 약간의 좀 연결에 지연이 된다면 좀 시청자 여러분들께 넓은 이해를 좀 부탁을 드린다는 말씀.
이게 결국 이제 위성으로 주고 다시 내려와서 가는 거잖아요.
그렇죠.
시차가 생길 수밖에 없어요. 이거는.
그리고 위성이 한 군데 고정이 되는 게 아니라 계속 돌고
그러니까
있기
이게
때문에.
우주에서 이제 지구의
이분들이
중력을
요즘에 무슨 세상인데 시차입니까?
그렇습니다.
네.
자 승자 인터뷰 CJ 엔투스 앰비션 선수와 연결해보도록 하겠습니다. 자 CJ 앰비션 선수 잘 들립니까?
네, 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 네, 오늘 먼저 12강 진출 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 자 먼저 지금 보고 계시는 시청자 여러분들을 위해서 소감 한마디
네.
부탁드려봅니다.
일단 이 1대1 매치에 좀 되게 트라우마가 있어가지고 안 좋은 기억이 있어서 별로 기대를 안 하고 있었거든, 처음에 이 소식을 들었을 때. 근데 이게 대진이 보니까 솔직히 자존심상 일단 12강은 가야 될 것 같더라고요. 그래서 최선을 다했고 이겨서 다행이에요.
그렇습니다. 네, 역시나 그 남자의 자존심, 결국엔 지켜내는 데 성공을 했고 12강 진출까지 성공을 했습니다. 네, 아까 임시연 해설이 물어보고 싶은 게 있다고 들었는데요.
네, 뭐 아무래도
네.
좀 마지막 경기 얘기를 안 할 수가 없는데요.
네.
마지막 순간에 상대방이 타워까지 들어왔는데 그때
네.
기분 어떠셨나요?
일단 그때 제가 스펠 차이를 모르고 있었어요. 그래가지고 뭐 하는 거지라고 생각했었는데 그냥 기분 좋았죠, 일찍 끝나서.
네. 또 빠르게 또 게임을 끝낸 게
네.
앰비션 선수가 저는 제일 빠르게 끝낸 것 같은데 다음 질문으로는 그 다음 경기에 스페이스 선수와 매드라이프 선수 경기가 있어요. 그러니까
네.
두 경기 이 다음 세트 경기 예상을 좀 하시자면 앰비션 선수는 누가 이길 거라 생각하시나요?
일단 팬들이 되게 기대 많이 하고 있는 매치잖아요. 그래서 그러니까 별로 둘 다 그렇게 큰 의욕이 없더라고요. 또 이제 다음 상대가 이제 또 코코라고 이제 또 별로 별로 이길 생각이 없는 것 같은데, 일단 저희도 저희 나름대로 최선을 다해서 팬들을 위해서 되게 재밌는 경기 보여줘라고 서로 얘기하고 있거든요. 그래서 일단 어떻게 될지 모르겠는데 아무튼 그러니까 어쨌든 스페이스 선수가 좀 유리하지 않을까요? 딜러-
스페이스 선수.
그렇습니다.
아무래도 원거리 딜러가 그런 생각을 하는 것 같습니다.
네. 자 그럼 마지막으로 시청자 여러분들께 12강 진출을 했습니다. 앞으로에 대한 경기에 그런 각오 한마디 부탁드려봅니다.
일단 남은 경기 일단 12강 올라왔으니까 최선을 다할 거고요. 근데 저는 그렇게 큰 자신감은 없지만 어쨌든 최선을 다하겠습니다.
네, 알겠습니다. 자 12강 진출 축하드리고요. 지금까지 CJ 엔투스 앰비션 선수의 승자 인터뷰였습니다. 네, 자 이렇게 해서 오늘 LA 코리아 솔로킹 토너먼트 12강 진출에 성공.
And that is going to do it for our interview with CJ Entis Ambition. Congratulations to him for advancing on to the round of 12. That means that it's time for us to take a break. But when we come back, you do not want to miss it. If you watch one matchup tonight, you want it to be Space versus Madlife. The CJ Entis duo lane plays with each other most of the time, but tonight they will be playing against each other. Will Madlife continue being stuck in Space Prison, or will Space pick up the ace match and advance to the finals? Of course, after that will be a player named Female Faker, one of the best female mid laners in the League of Legends. It'll be Forget Me Not taking on CoCo in our last matchup of the night. Of course, Space versus Madlife coming up next. You do not want to miss it. So make sure to hit that follow button right down below your screen. And stick around because we'll be coming back with that matchup in just a minute. Thank you for watching once again the Solo King 1v1 tournament here on Azubu TV.
Child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mommy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. For many years, young Amumu traveled through the lands, determined to make friends if only they would understand. But even when Amumu stood upon the ledge of home, his hope would disappoint him and he would remain alone. But then the curse began to whisper in his ear. It would confirm what was Amumu's biggest fear. It pledged that never shall someone become his friend. It pledged that he shall be alone until his end. But sorrow and despair became too much to bear. The moment when Amumu realized what he had done, too late it was for him, for them, the evil curse had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul. and caused a wicked tantrum that he never could control.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Solo King, a 1v1 tournament here broadcast on Azubu TV, featuring some of your favorite players, teams, and champions from this season of Champions. Coming up next is kind of our hallmark match of the night, as both CJ and his duo laners compete instead of with each other, against each other for the first time on air. It's going to be Space versus Madlife. A big battle for sure. My name is Reed Rapid Melton. Joining me is Seth Achilleos King. We're getting into, like I said, one of the most exciting matchups of the evening. Madlife versus Space. Champion, picks, and bans both locked in for what is going to make an interesting matchup with champions we haven't seen yet. It does look like a lock-in there on Xin Zhao for Madlife, but it's actually Space who's playing Thresh, and I actually think that's backwards. I think it's actually Space who was playing... No, it was actually Space that was playing Thresh there, so I would have actually expected to see that the other way around, and unless they have the overlay wrong for us, we should be seeing that Thresh on Space instead of Madlife. Unless I can get some confirmation on that. But it'll be interesting to see once we get into the game whether or not this is true. So let's go ahead, and I think we should be loading into the game here in just a second. Do apologize. I think I had some mic muting issues a little bit earlier. But do want to welcome my co-caster Achilleos. Which way are you going on the Space versus Madlife issue? Just kidding. We're going to get in the game, and I'll ask you then. And now I want to welcome you back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King Korean 1v1 tournament coming your way here, of course, on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilleos, and we're into game number one for what could be the most exciting best of three of this entire tournament. It's Madlife versus Space, and in a somewhat twist of irony, it is actually Space who is playing Thresh versus Madlife, who is going to be playing Xin Zhao into it.
Yeah, just interesting choice. I think it's, you know, a little bit of a cheeky play.
Oh, and
you know what?
Look at that vote from InVen. It's a 69% vote in favor of Madlife over Space. Not a lot of Space love, and you know, honestly, there's the I think the English casters have kind of coined the term space prison for the discrepancy between Madlife and Space, where you know, it was actually a lot of people that considered Madlife a very strong support player who was kind of stuck playing with Space, who for a long time was a very subpar AD carry. But this season of Champions, Space has been doing some incredible things. He and Madlife have taken CJ Entis into a tie for second place, and at least coming in tonight, Madlife versus Space, now they get to play against each other instead of with each other. It'll be exciting to see what they bring out.
Yeah, this is very, very interesting, particularly, like you said, we do have the Thresh being brought out, but not by the namesake player. So we'll have to see if Space is able to make some Madlife plays on that Thresher. We can see so far, it's really working against each other, just running in and just auto-attacking mindlessly. So far, nothing too crazy happening. We do have a Doran Shield start coming out from Madlife. Very smart pickup. Is going to help mitigate a lot of that auto-attack damage that he's going to be taking from Space. Space, on the other hand, going full aggressive with the Doran's Blade. Also resting on that exhaust with the Ignite, and this is why Madlife going in, trying to get some damage off. But wow, Space just firing right back with the autos.
Now this is actually kind of confusing for me because when you're playing an all-in based champion, you want to make sure that your all-in, which is the way that you're going to win the game, is as strong as possible. Which is why when you look at Madlife, he's actually gone for a Doran Shield and Barrier. And that's a little bit interesting. Traditionally, you'd expect him to, you know, start with maybe a long sword and then build that into a brutalizer later on, or just go for Doran's blades and stack those up and bring Flash Ignite. But instead, he's bought a defensive item with a defensive summoner spell on a champion that he's going to win the game by killing the other guy. Now, another interesting thing to note is that Space has gone for a Doran's Blade, so this may be a little bit more of you know, a close to home as far as a champion choice in building him a little bit more like an AD carry.
We'll have to see. Madlife might just want to go with, you know, item builds to really secure himself the victory here. He wants to last out until he can get something a bit more aggressive, maybe a brutalizer perhaps. Who knows where he really wants to go with this build as he gets to his first back, but I feel like he's going to be relying much more heavily on that rather than his initial item. So for now, he's just trying to sustain and live through the onslaught that is Space's auto attacks with this very aggressive Thresh play. We'll have to see what happens. That exhaust very much a significant counter to Madlife's all-in, and that could turn the game.
And look at the skill distribution here. We've actually seen 2 points put into the Dark Passage. Yeah. There for Space, so he's not going to be like pulling in a jungler, but going in, there's actually the barrier here. Barrier, actually kind of pseudo barrier there from Space with his, you know, just throwing down his lantern. So he got almost as much of a shield there. Now, Madlife, what is he doing?
Oh, this is really risky. Space doesn't have any mana. Madlife does.
Oh my god, Madlife! Madlife! There can be no victory without the blessing of God, and there can be no God. But Madlife, oh my god, going in there for the aggression. And you're right, Space didn't have anything up. He was so close to his turret, but Madlife catching him off guard with all that aggression comes out with a win in game number 1.
And this, I mean, this could really come down to Madlife knowing that character inside and out, through and through. He says, you want to try to beat me on my champion? It's not going to happen. I know what you're capable of, and I know that I can beat you right now. So he just turns on, goes right in, and just gets himself the first win in this best of 3. So Madlife now 1-0 over Space.
Very important realization that Space was actually completely out of mana. If he had gotten like flayed away from him underneath the turret, or you know, you flay him out of that audacious charge in, there's so many ways that with mana, with skill usage, you could outplay that. But unfortunately, Space just mismanaging things a little bit. He had that lane won after so much early harassment, but with Madlife able to flash out after he lost the 1v1 initially and then come back in to win it, just impeccable play there. Game number 1 going to Madlife. Now, game 2 will be coming up here in just a second, and I don't know. I didn't expect to see a 2-0 in this matchup. I thought it was going to be a lot more even, and specifically with Space playing Thresh versus Madlife, that's the most surprising situation to me because you'd expect to see that the other way around.
Absolutely, and I feel like losing so convincingly on it, we might not see Space wanting to revisit that Thresh, and instead we might see him banning it out against his teammate. As we can see, first ban coming out, Nami. AP Nami, very deadly in 1v1s. Lots of sustain and lots of range.
I wouldn't necessarily call AP Nami deadly too much. I think you just pick a champion with a gap closer and she kind of dies a lot. But, you know, there's that room for outplay if you land bubbles or crazy things like that. And, of course, Space kind of going back with the bans that you wouldn't necessarily expect. Garen, first champion, or at least one of the first few champions in the Korean client to ban. Just kind of throwing it out there as a little bit of interesting ban phase. And of course for Madlife too, Udyr and Sejuani. I'm not sure exactly why they are banning these champions, but suffice it to say they are not champions that you should expect to see too often in 1v1s.
Yeah, the Yorick does make sense. He is pretty consistently, I would say, in just most 1v1 situations. Somebody that you take away, has a lot of harass. Also has a lot of sustain with his ghosts.
Yeah, the problem with Yorick is that his ghosts actually count as CS.
CS, this is true.
So you get an incredible amount of CS very, very quickly, and there's no possible way that you can win the game as long as the guy just focuses your ghouls down. If he has any like area of effect spells, your ghouls tend to give him too much CS to win the game, unless you just kill him. So a little bit difficult there. So we're gonna see what Space goes for. Are we going to see another Alistar versus support champion matchup? Does he pick Blitzcrank versus Madlife? Now that's the true BM. When you pick
Can
Blitzcrank,
we get a Blitz versus Thresh?
Oh my god, don't do it to me. Space, he's thinking about it. He's gonna settle with a Blitzcrank.
Oh man. This just got real. This is
oh my god,
the new hype match.
This is where Madlife just picks the most OP 1v1 champion and just smashes Space in the face.
Well, there's so much on the board right now. Just because of these unorthodox bans that we have going. Madlife could play almost just about anything in this matchup. And my fingers are really, really crossed because I want to see that Thresh come out.
Yeah, I want to see Thresh versus Blitzcrank, Madlife versus Space. And you got to know that these two guys have played not only with each other, but against each other like so often. They have put in so many hours into learning how to lane as a duo. Now they have to lane against each other, and it's going to be really exciting to see what they decide on. Now, you know, Madlife hovering over the Nivea. Not sure if he's going to lock that one in. Space going with the BM in both games. He picked Madlife's champions against him. Both hook-based champions. Thresh in game 1. Almost actually won that matchup out, but with a Blitzcrank picked here in game number 2. Madlife knows how to play both of those champions very, very well. We'll see if he knows how to play against them just as well.
Yeah, the Anivia is an interesting choice. The egg, very nice, you know, to live a bit longer in this 1v1, not give up that first blood, but has to be careful about getting grabbed underneath of the turret of Space. If he gets grabbed even with an egg, Space has enough lockdown, particularly at the level 6, when he has that ultimate and can silence. He's got enough lockdown to keep Madlife underneath the turret. And those turret shots will rip right through Agnivia. So going to be interesting to see how Madlife wants to play this one. Whether he wants to just really kind of sit back and farm, or if he wants to be pushing against Space at his turret.
I was just recently informed, thanks to Soccer in chat, that the bans from Space actually spell get out in Korean. So, a little bit of humor here coming out. And I don't think that Space was really going to be too concerned what Madlife picked anyway, because he was still going to pick Blitzcrank no matter what, picking both of Madlife's champions here. And that's, I don't know what to say about this. This is going to be a crazy 1v1 series. Game 1 going to Madlife off of his Xin Xiao pick, and coming in here to game number 2. Let's check out the runes and masteries for both players, starting off with Space and his Blitzcrank build. He's got 7% attack speed, 11 AD, 40 HP, and just a smattering of all kinds of random stats in there. As far as the masteries go, he's got points in spell weaving and blade weaving, but unfortunately he also has that 1 point in dangerous game. Dangerous game will save your life in a lot of situations, but you have to get a kill in order for it to kick in. And if you get a kill, you already won the game, so not a whole lot of points in putting that point in that mastery.
That doesn't proc prior to the rebirth, does it?
No, you only get that kill once you get gold from
Yeah.
killing a champion, so.
Gotcha. Okay, I wasn't sure if there was maybe some kind of little stipulation, maybe a workaround that he saw through that we didn't, but
Nope, it just doesn't work. So,
I guess it's just an oversight.
yeah, mastery is here for Madlife. Pretty standard ability power rune page setup. Nothing out of the ordinary there. But what is going to be out of the ordinary is not only our first Anivia of the Solo King, but we also have, of course, Space playing our. I believe this is the first Blitzcrank.
Yeah, I don't think we've had one. in the
Yeah,
tournament thus
unless
far.
my memory is just completely failing, because I have cast all these games. I don't believe we've seen a Blitzcrank
Well,
quite
his
yet.
first time for everything. We did have that Urgot yesterday. We had Derek Alistar twice. Inverted matchups today already, so all bets are off. Anything can happen. Now, this here is a series that I want to see go to a third match, because think of the potential of a double blind pick.
You kind of have Blitzcrank versus Blitzcrank, and then they just pull each other into each other, and it's
And they
like a
just
hug.
switch spots.
And it's almost
It's an Urgot
Valorant.
This is an Urgot ultimate. You just switch spaces.
Oh my gosh. Well, it is almost Valentine's Day, so maybe sharing the love a little bit. Space with no love for Madlife, picking both of his champions in both of these games. It is going to be incredible to watch game number 2, and we will have that coming up in just a minute. So don't go anywhere. We'll be having game 2, Madlife versus Space, coming up here in just a second. Once again, this is the Solo King 1v1 tournament broadcast here on Azubu TV. Don't go anywhere. We're coming in with game number 2. Stick around. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Solo King, a 1v1 tournament, of course, broadcast here on Azubu TV, featuring some of your favorite Korean pro players. It's a kind of a team kill here between CJ Entis' duo lane. They've learned how to play together. Can they play against each other? And I think the answer is yes. With game 1, Space kind of getting narrowly outplayed by Madlife's Xinjiao. Madlife coming into game 2 with a 1-0 victory. And Space not only spelling get out with his bans and champion select, but picking a Blitzcrank versus... Oh, he walled the hook up. Wait, what? Does that even work?
This is news to me as well.
Okay.
It is an
Anivia
impassable wall.
No, Anivia wall is coded as minions, and so when Blitzcrank hooks through the wall, I'm guessing that the hook actually registers as if it's grabbing the minions, because unless I'm misseeing things, Madlife was definitely in pull range there. Okay, I don't know what I'm watching right here, but we've got some next level Madlife plays coming out, starting with Crystallize, probably the worst spell to start with on Anivia. But then again, I don't know what to expect from this. Already shaping up to be an incredible best of 3.
Yeah, really interesting decision coming in. Like you said, picking up Crystallize is going to take away from a lot of his early pressure and damage that he would otherwise be able to put out onto Space. Not going to have that Flash Frost or the Frost Bite. So no stuns coming in here for Madlife just yet. But as we take a look at the items, back to the crystalline flasks here. Potions coming out for both, and of course, Flash Teleport for Madlife. Meanwhile, the extra aggressive Flash Ignite coming out for Space. He wants to get a grab in onto Madlife, knock him up into the air, and just take the series right there. We'll have to see if he's able to do it though.
Okay, now grab once again, canceled out by that wall. Another option besides it grabbing the minions that the wall is coded as is that when you actually throw out the crystallize, you can actually use it on your allies to stop them from backing. So if you ever see an ally like in a recall animation, you put the crystallize and it moves them just a little bit. So what I think Madlife is actually doing there is that when he gets grabbed by the Blitzcrank hook, because I actually saw the little stun icon above his head, when he gets grabbed by the Blitzcrank hook, he actually puts out the crystallize on himself and it moves him and cancels out the move command from the Blitzcrank pull coming back. So some hashtag science here. Definitely a did you know that I did not know. So learning new things every day only teaches you exactly how much you can learn from Madlife about Blitzcrank even when he's playing against it.
And who better to learn from than the support god himself? Really interesting tricks coming out from him here. Already just a few minutes into this game. We might even have another game in this series, so I'm looking forward to learning even more from the man, the myth, the legend.
The Madlife. And as far as Space is concerned, he actually had the advantage for at least the majority of game one until Madlife kind of pulled it out in the end. Of course, quite literally. But now, oh, another wall there. Once again, not sure if that's actually canceling out the Blitzcrank hook or how exactly that works, but a dodge nonetheless, and Madlife stays safe. For now, he's actually dropping down in CS, and traditionally, you'd expect him to actually get a little bit ahead on CS. Anivia great at wave clear, but that does primarily come out at level 6. Not quite this early. And with a standard rune page set up as far as AP is concerned for Madlife's Anivia, I was actually kind of interested to see Space go for a more attack damage focus on his page, looking for some big power fists in there, even though he hasn't hit any of them quite yet.
And still just unable to get a reliable rocket grab because of that crystallize. Nice harass though, coming up from Madlife, finally showing some aggressive play. Gets that flash frost and the frostbite off, taking Space down to around half HP, but he's gonna go ahead and just regen that right back up. Now this is where Madlife has to play very carefully. He does not want to get grabbed underneath of this turret and knocked in the air. If he gets power fisted up, that could be the entire game.
There's the grab. There's the power fist. He's underneath the turret. He's gonna get egged. Oh my god. What's that? One little bit of HP. But can Space kill this egg off in time? I don't think he can. If Madlife will revive here, he's gonna get knocked up. A couple more auto attacks to come in here. Space needs one more to close out the kill versus Madlife. Just in time. Madlife just barely surviving, forced back to base.
Incredible save by Madlife, holding on by a thread. Really excellent flash frost. Immediately reactivation on that to get the stun out. But he does not have the egg now. As we see, he was already playing very far forward up against Space's tower. He's not going to be able to do that for a while now. The flash was burned. He had to use the TP to get back into lane. So he is out of a lot of utility. Not yet level 6, so he doesn't have the Glacial Storm. He's going to have to really rely on just not shoving the tower and getting harassed off with this Flash Frost and Frostbite combo.
Now, interesting to see Madlife going for a Tear of the Goddess buy. That means as far as his items are concerned, he has 0 ability power from items themselves. Not necessarily a situation you want to find yourself in when you're in a 1v1 setting, but I think he's just looking for a build that's going to let him stay in lane for a very, very long time. Of course, a Tear of the Goddess, an item that you see on a lot of Anivias. Also, another big thing that big advantage that he's going to have over Space is the ability to, like we just saw him, teleport back into lane. Whereas Space will have Flash Ignite for the aggressive all-ins, he will not be able to make it back to lane quite as quickly as Madlife.
Yeah, with that Tear of the Goddess, though, this is really going to help out Madlife in his farm game, and that might be what he wants to focus on a little bit now that he can use his Glacial Storm. The Tear of the Goddess going to be able to get him that extra mana and the sustain, so he's going to be able to AoE farm a bit better.
Oh my god, again! How does he do it every time? Madlife blocks the Blitzcrank hook with Crystallize. Not only did I not know that actually worked that way, but the ability to pull that off consistently, you have to ask yourself, like, does Madlife practice these things? You have to guess yes, but it's just incredible to watch the master at work, able to cancel out almost every single one of Space's Blitzcrank hooks.
Yeah, I mean, and that just comes down to both his familiarity with the character himself, and then also just a familiarity of what he can't do with these characters. He knows exactly what Blitzcrank is and is not capable of, so he says, you know what? I've been in a situation before where I couldn't grab that Anivia because of Crystallize, so I know exactly how to block it because it's happened to me so many times before, perhaps. You know, that could be the situation, but he is just really showing his masterful knowledge of these characters, you know, both Thresh and Blitzcrank already.
I wonder
even Anivia, he's doing a great job on Anivia thus far.
That's a good point. I wonder if Madlife was like playing solo queue and he played against an Anivia player who used to do that to him. And then he, you know, of course, learned his lesson and is now doing it to Space's Madlife for a little bit of revenge. Now, ultimate used there by Space. It'll be up in not all that long. And to be honest, I actually misread the rune setup for Space. He's actually going ability power based build there on Blitzcrank, so when he pulls you in, he's going to be able to knock you up and then do a ton of damage with that static field ultimate, so definitely something to keep an eye on. If he doesn't grab you under turret and let the turret kill you, like almost happened earlier on, he's going in again, does have that grab up, going in for a big ultimate, will land the grab, just a second late on it, and it's gonna be Space that takes game number 2. The Crystallize just a second late, a fraction of a second late, and we're gonna get an instant replay up here. Walking forward, lands the static field for the damage, and unable to dodge that hook, the Crystallize just a brief moment too late. Ignite coming down, the last auto attack, and Space takes game number 2 versus Madlife.
Wow, what a great play by Space. Aggressing at the right time, gets that Ignite back up. Knows that Madlife did not have the Rebirth up yet. Gets that grab in, lays down the combo, and pulls himself in a victory. So here we are, a 1-1 in this match. That means that we go to a third round, and this is going to be blind pick this time coming in for Madlife in Space. This is going to be where it starts getting crazy.
That's right, Achilles. Just like in Game 5s, if you've ever watched Champions, you know, games, for the Solo King, when you get to game number 3, it is blind pick. That means there's no ban phase, and neither player can actually see the champion that their opponent is picking. It's going to be incredibly exciting because now you get the opportunity to see players either play champions that are maybe a little bit off meta, looking for a specific counter, or we might actually see a, you know, them both pick the same champions. We've seen Lee Sin versus Lee Sin earlier. I believe we've seen Alistar versus Alistar in the first round of the tournament. But coming out tonight, it's going to be incredible because we've already seen Space's preoccupation with picking Madlife's own, like, hook-based champions against him. Now we set up for the opportunity to watch a Blitzcrank 1v1 between Space and Madlife for, I don't know, finally punching Madlife's ticket out of Space Prison. We'll see when we get into game number 3 coming up on your screen right now. Madlife versus Space, tied up at 1-1. What's it gonna be?
Well, so far, interesting hover for Space. I don't believe that we've seen a Shen. Alright, now he's flipping off of that one, maybe going to the Lee Sin. The Zed as well, two very mechanically challenging champions, but double Lee Sin, we might actually see this come out yet again.
Oh my god, the blindest of blind picks coming out here for your last game of this best of 3 matchup. You know, of course they might actually just, like, you know, troll each other and switch at the last second to where they, you know, they actually pick, I don't want to say good champions, but more standard 1v1 meta picks. Although thinking about the Lee Sin 1v1 would be absolutely incredible. What a way to end a best of 3 between CJ and his duo lane.
Alright, clearly there's some intercommunication going on here. They're syncing up these picks. between each other.
Well, I mean, they sit right next to each other in the house, so
it's hard to not screen watch your opponent when they're right next to you.
yeah, and it's important to recognize these players are all in the same house. We had Ambition play a little bit earlier, and we're gonna see CoCo play for our matchup after this game. So it's going to be a Dr. Mundo versus Dr. Mundo. Who picks Dr. Mundos for 1v1s?
Well, apparently Space and Madlife.
Apparently. So this is going to be our last game in this best of 3. It's coming down to the wire, and to decide which player will advance to the finals to escape this this bracket, it is going to be a 1v1 Dr. Mundo pick. So I don't know what else to say, but good luck there. It'll be interesting to see the runes and masteries that these guys go, because we've already seen 21 defense specs a little bit earlier on in this tournament. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, a little bit earlier on we had I want to say it was Wolf, who played a very unique sort of tank Scion strategy that just made him unkillable. He got 100 CS and won the matchup there. So be interesting to see if they want to go for a 21 defense, very tank heavy build, or maybe they just build like heavy magic penetration and go for those cleaver stacking. Wait, what? No! You're kidding me. Are they really playing without runes and masteries? They're playing without runes and masteries. Are you kidding me?
That is magnificent. Madlife in Space.
Dr. Mundo versus Dr. Mundo. Here. No runes, no masteries, just Space versus Madlife.
For a second, I thought Piglet was back in Korea.
Nope. I'm not sure. It would have taken, some sort of miracle for them to magically lose their runes and masteries. But this is probably the most interesting 1v1 I've ever seen. You can definitely tell the relationship between Space and Madlife. They've got a lot going on, and to see Madlife, trolling him with those hook champions early on, and now I thought it was going to be Lee Sin 1v1. It's Dr. Mundo, and there's no runes, no masteries, just action here. This is the Solo King. Make sure to, if you have friends on the planet Earth, tell them about this match. Hashtag the Solo King on Twitter. Tweet at Azubu TV. Let them know. And of course, if you want to follow all the matches for the Solo King, maybe see the winner of this matchup a little bit later on in the tournament, make sure to hit that follow button right down below the screen. It'll let you know whenever we come back with live action here on the Solo King tournament. But it just doesn't get a whole lot much better than this. 1v1, game number 3, blind pick between Space and Madlife will be coming up next, so you do not want to miss it. And if you're a good friend, if you're a good child, you want to call up your parents, you like Space, Madlife, it's happening right now on Azubu TV. Stick around, we'll be right back with game number 3. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Solo King 1v1 tournament here broadcast on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilleos, and we're getting into the deciding game number 3. No runes, no masteries, just Dr. Mundos. Teleporting into lane. Some next level strategies between Space and Madlife. They're going at it. They're running at each other. Nothing but wards placed out there. No items either. They're going to line up and play dodgeball with Dr. Mundo cleavers, 1 versus 1.
I'm not even sure what to say about this. As you can see, Madlife getting chunked down by the infected cleavers from Space. Just trading back and forth over this wall of wards.
My shoutcasting consists of nothing but laughing at what is the most... Okay, so...
He'll burn by Madlife, but...
What am I watching right now? Oh, Madlife does dodge a cleaver there, so Another summoner heal, a little bit of extra movement speed there for Space, so he's getting a little bit of more value out of that. One more cleaver is all it's going to take to kill Madlife here. He's actually costing himself health every time he throws it out. Space has one cleaver left to land. Madlife is going to kill himself with these cleavers. The last one lands from Space. And Space will take Madlife out of the Solo King tournament. We're going to see this one last cleaver for Madlife. Gonna miss there, but Madlife almost killing himself there with that cleaver usage. Oh my goodness. Space with the ace versus Madlife. It will be CJ and his Space advancing to the next round of the Solo King. Madlife eliminated by his AD carry.
Dear Lord, what a game. What a strategy.
I have almost no words from that other than what duo could possibly have put on such a show. If you guys want to tweet at Entis_ProGaming on Twitter and let them know they have the best bottom lane ever. Even if they don't win their games, they win our hearts. And Madlife versus Space, the best series I've cast all night long. It's just an incredible series, and if you like that series, make sure to stick around. Because in our last best of 3 of the night, there's actually 2 more best of 3s we'll have.
Yeah, we still have the finals to do.
That's right, we'll be having CJ Entis' mid laner CoCo face off against the player known as Female Faker. Forget Me Not, mid laner of I Am Athena, the best female League of Legends team in Korea. We'll be facing off against CoCo coming up next, but gosh, I can't even describe words for that last best of 3. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Forget Me Not versus CoCo will be coming up next.
What's up, guys, and welcome to a new episode of the Top 5 Love Play series. Let us jump straight into the action and move into the number 5 spot. The red team has just finished taking Dragon, and they're pushing their assault against the blue team. One major thing to note is the fact that blue team's Riven is still halfway across the map, but she's steadily making her way. On top of that, she has her ultimate and she has her flash ready. The blue team is missing quite a bit of ultimates, but they still have Wukongs. But Riven finally makes her appearance, flashes in, uses the third part of her Q, stuns everyone, and then finishes them off with her ultimate. Instant pentakill. But let's move straight into the number 4 spot. This is gonna be a battle of 2 Lee Sins in the top lane. Blue team's Lee Sin just finished taking red team's tower, and the Lee Sin on the red team is trying to punish blue team's Lee Sin for overextending so far. Falling extremely low on HP, the blue team's Lee Sin kicks the red one away. And one thing to note, the red team's Lee Sin does not. What's up, guys, and welcome to Pentakill. But let's move straight into the number 4 spot. This is gonna be a battle of 2 Lee Sins in the top lane. Blue team's Lee Sin just finished taking red team's tower, and the Lee Sin on the red team is trying to punish blue team's Lee Sin for overextending so far. Falling extremely low on HP, the blue team's Lee Sin kicks the red one away. And one thing to note, the red team's Lee Sin does not have his ultimate either. And after a very manly fight and a lot of Hydra procs, the blue team's Lee Sin comes out on top. And the main reason he won even with such a deficit is because he used his W to dodge the enemy Lee Sin's Q that he flashed for. Let's transition to the number 3 spot, and we're all going to be learning a very valuable lesson. You do not want to dive Irelia unless you're 100% sure you can get the kill. The Lee Sin shows up for the gank and they know that Irelia's stun is on cooldown, on top of seeing her blow both of her summoner spells just now. But with the ignite, she is still able to pick up the kill on the Riven, and her stun, which is now up, is able to stun Lee Sin due to her being lower on HP. The second place spot will be showcasing the new Scion. One of the more popular builds on Scion nowadays is to get as many tanky items as you can, because it makes him almost impossible to kill. Taking a look at his items, you can see quite a few of them are giving him flat HP, a lot of regeneration thanks to his Warmogs, but also having quite a bit of damage thanks to his Hydra and attack speed thanks to the Stinger. The fight for his team was not looking so hot, so he ended up using his ultimate to rush straight to the enemy Nexus because it is open. But the enemy team retaliated just in time and ended up killing him. But it seems they have forgotten that he still has his passive one, which gives him quite a bit of attack speed, and with that he's able to finish off the game. And finally, the grand finale of this episode is gonna be a play around Baron Pit. The enemy's Leona puts a ward over the wall to see the Vi, and unfortunately for the Vi, she's unable to kill it before it goes invisible. Looking at the minimap, red team's Rengar is still within his base, so there's only 4 people in the pit. The knockup on Vi's Q is cancelled by Baron, so she ends up flashing in, but the enemy's Tristana ults her right back out. Vi's Q's cooldown is quite short, so she's able to get right back into the pit. She is able to pick up a kill on Tristana and Zed thanks to her ultimate, picks up the Baron as well, and as she is cleaning up the rest of the enemy team, you see the Rengar is finally showing his face. But the Vi now has triple buff, level 17 versus a level 13 Rengar, who clearly stands no chance. So she easily turns on him and picks up a 1v5 pentakill, and the Kog'Maw, of course, being a good teammate, giving it to her. But on top of that, she also stole Baron. Alright guys, hope you did enjoy this episode of Top 5 LoL Plays. Do not forget to send in your replays to be featured in the next episode.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Solo King, a 1v1 tournament broadcast here on Azubu TV. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and joining me is Seth Achilleos King, and we are getting into our final best of 3 in the group stage. The winner of this matchup will advance to face off against Space to advance to the round of 12. After this, we'll have the playoffs played next month, but to round out the group stage will be a match between CJ Antis' mid laner CoCo playing against the player known as the Female Faker, the mid laner on the best female team in Korea. It is Forget Me Not on Incredible Miracle Athena. And against most other opponents, I would have actually maybe voted her a little bit ahead in the 1v1, but she is playing against CoCo, a mid laner that has come out and just really shown. The first time I watched CJ Antis play this season, I was not expecting very big things, but now tied for second place in the champion standings, he and the rest of CJ Antis have just been on a tear. It's going to be amazing to watch him play here tonight versus Forget Me Not.
Absolutely. This is outside of that Madlife game that we just saw. Rest in peace. Space taking the win. Outside of that match that we just saw, this is pretty much my second most anticipated game. Really interested to see how Forget Me Not is going to perform here against CoCo. Like you said, deemed the Female Faker, and that is a heavy title to bear. So hopefully, Forget Me Not gonna be able to perform, give us a bit of a show, and put her foot down, because right now I believe she's the last remaining member of Incredible Miracle Athena in the tournament, if I am correct.
No, you are correct. We've had 4 members of Incredible Miracle Athena play previously in the tournament. I believe it was Lol Bunny that played first. Then it was Raim, Yeji Jiang, and Baby Huna both played earlier on today. And now the last remaining member of I Am Athena, Forget Me Not, will be playing here. She is their mid laner, and she's playing on, like I said, I Am Athena. It's the female League of Legends division of Incredible Miracle. They're actually not only the best female team in Korea right now, they won 2-0 over their opponents in the LOL Ladies Battle, which is essentially like the Champions League, but for female teams. So as far as it goes, it doesn't get much better than this from I Am Athena. They're sending out their best player, saving it for last, and facing off against CoCo. Let's talk about the champions a little bit. They're picking Azir versus Lysandra.
Yeah, so this is actually, I believe, the first time that we're seeing Azir, at least in a good little while. He's been very much banned out in almost all of the matchups that we've seen, at least in the last couple days. So interesting to see that he made it through the ban phase and into the picks. So I want to see how this is going to perform. Lysandra, we did see a little bit of yesterday, but it was a bit of a more shaky performance.
Right. Well, let's see how this one works out as we get into game number 1 coming up. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our final playoff best, or our final group stage best of 3 of the night. CoCo, mid laner for CJ Entis, will be taking on the mid laner from Incredible Miracle Athena, Forget Me Not. Okay, that was Chud's using his teleport. Big shout out to Chudnator, who is functioning in this game as our placeholder champions, ensuring that we can spectate everything. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilles. We're getting into our first game in this best of 3 series.
Yeah, and this is certain to be a very good series indeed. For those of you just joining us, we have CJ Entis CoCo versus I'm Athena, Forget Me Not, who is deemed as being the female faker in Korea. So we're expecting some really masterful plays coming out from this Lysandra.
Now,
we'll see what happens.
An interesting little fact, Faker said that if he was looking for a girlfriend, she would have to be able to beat him in League of Legends. So here we have probably the closest person in the world to fulfilling Faker's request. And while we're having a little bit of a dance party to start the game, see if Forget Me Not can both win this game, win the upcoming best of 3 to get into the round of 12, and maybe get the opportunity to face Faker herself.
That would be one cataclysmic battle, and I look forward to it, and look forward to the possibility of that, and possibly the crowning of the solo queen rather than king. This is I believe the last vestige of hope is right here on the screen with Forget Me Not. Hopefully the dream does not die here. The minions are in the lane, and we are underway. Of course, Arise is going to be the first and only ability that you can take as Azir. Those Sand Soldiers coming out.
I like to start with Q on Azir, Achilles. It's a little known strategy because it's actually not possible. But as far as lane mechanics go, there's a couple of interesting things between Azir and Lysandra. Now, Lysandra wants to be able to use her Ice Shard to harass Azir down through the minion wave, and when it comes to sustain in lane, Lysandra should have the advantage, just given that her Iceborne passive allows her some clear cast of spells, no mana cost there, and once she gets enough AP, she's just going to be able to use 2 Ice Shards, clear out the minion wave, and should actually have a pushing advantage versus CoCo. Now, the downside with that is that if CoCo's Azir is able to, have a decent time in lane phase, come back from base with enough AP, hit that level 6, you can actually use Emperor's Divide to push Forget Me Not in maybe a relatively difficult situation, and if she's trying to use that Ice Claw to move around, you can interrupt that with Emperor's Divide as well.
Yeah, there's a large amount of potential for counterplay from CoCo's this year. We'll have to see what happens once we hit that level 6 mark. For now, some general CS, a little bit of aggression actually now coming out. Sand Soldiers doing some work against Forget Me Not with those auto attacks. Azir very much the harass king right now in the current state of the game. But as we can see, Forget Me Not doing a good time of CSing and firing back with a little bit of aggression herself.
Now, it's actually very interesting to watch their positioning, because when it comes to dealing damage to champions, CoCo is way ahead on that. You can see Forget Me Not actually forced to use most of her potions earlier, at least the first one, earlier than CoCo was, just because when you take that Sand Soldier to the face, it's not going to feel very good. Whereas all CoCo has to do is avoid standing next to minions that can lengthen the distance that Ice Shard travels. So right now, just focusing on getting that CS up, but dead even between both players. And in a 1v1, if you can go even versus CoCo, you're pretty good at League of Legends.
Yeah, big shout out to Forget Me Not, who aggresses in with the Glacial Path. Trying to put some damage down, but Sand Soldier coming right back up. These auto attacks ripping through Forget Me Not, putting it
very painful.
Low.
And one thing to notice, this is being played on the live patch on the Korean servers, so that would be patch 5.3, and that means that Azir soldiers actually have a slightly smaller auto attack range, so it's not quite as easy to land auto attacks immediately afterwards. Something to notice, some minor Azir nerfs coming out in the current patch.
Yeah, it's going to take a bit more of concentrated play from CoCo to make sure that he's lining up those Sand Soldiers properly to maximize the damage output. But with a player like him, a master of his craft, shouldn't have too much trouble getting that harass off. As we can see, let's Forgive Me Not underneath the turret, out of potions, and low, maybe forced to go back soon. Does have the teleport still. We'll have to see what she decides to go for. When she does back, maybe we'll see the ever classic Solo King triple Doran's ring build coming back in, or maybe she'll mix it up and go for something slightly different.
Now, we see most mid laners go with a Crystalline Flask start when they come into lane, just because the ability to get the value by going back to base, teleporting back into lane, and refilling your Crystalline Flask is just huge. When it comes down to just, individual, gold values, you got to be as cost effective as possible. So that's why you see a lot of Crystalline Flasks. But one thing that Faker actually did himself is to start with the Doran's ring and play the lane so aggressively that if you start with Crystalline Flask, you actually wind up losing out just because you can't trade with him. So this time around, we saw a double Doran's ring start for both players, and indeed it is the classic triple Doran's build from Forget Me Not, who will actually be able to stay in lane for a little bit longer here and get back some of that CS. She'll actually be ahead in CS if she's able to push this wave underneath turret quickly enough to deny some of that from CoCo once he comes back into base.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult. She does have those ice shards. The TP's coming out, but as you can see, that lane, she clears out hers. But he actually shouldn't have too much of a difficult time getting the CS here. Now Sand Soldier's popped. So he's going to go ahead and pick up all of these. Not losing out too much. They're going to be almost dead even.
He did
Missed
lose
the
one CS in that, and that does put him 1 CS behind. But if you actually look at the itemization, instead of going for triple Doran's ring, CoCo actually went back to base and not only bought boots, which is actually kind of interesting because boots give you 0 combat stats. So when you die and you have boots in your inventory, you really wish you had spent that gold on something that would have kept you alive. But maybe it helps him close the distance here and get that damage done. He picked up a Fiendish Codex too, so not often that you see a second tier item being bought here in the Solo King, just because there is so little gold to deal with, and you don't get any HP off of that Fiendish Codex, so he will be overall a little bit less tanky.
Yeah, he's looking to get, I believe, with the Fiendish Codex picked up, get that extra cooldown reduction, which is going to stack right into his bonus attack speed off of his Truma's Legacy passive. So he's just looking to play around with that one and get some extra harass off with those Sand Soldier auto attacks. So it's going to do wonders for his harass, which has so far been quite potent. But Forgive Me Not is pretty well set up for an all-in engage. Does have the Ignite. Frozen Tomb is available, obviously level 7. Just needs to get a little added harass off in advance, and then she can get that full-on engage going. But CoCo playing very defensively and intelligently, not letting her get the opening that she needs.
Now, CoCo does have 100% win rate on Azir in Spenu Champions this season, so not sure if that's actually relevant, because the only reason he has 100% is that he's only played 1 game with it. Though to be fair, it is banned an awful lot, and specifically in the 1v1 matchup, it's a little bit different than playing it, competitively in Champions. So, be interesting to see how this works out. CS tied up once again, but not for long. Should be seeing Forget Me Not remain a couple CS ahead. Actually, no, now only 1 CS in the lead, and took a lot of Sand Soldier harass for that. We forced those health pushes to sustain back up.
Yeah, tried to get that 1 minion in, wasn't able to secure it, and just took about 3 auto attacks. And they are just starting to do an immense amount of damage. As we can see, she's floating around half HP. Luckily, she is safe from getting dove on. Looks like she might want to aggress. No, not able to find the lockdown from the Ring of Frost. CoCo's
now
still
actually
safe.
Behind 1 CS. So you can see everything like completely even as far as CS scores are concerned. In order to pick up the victory off of CS score, you actually have to both hit 100 CS and be 10 CS ahead of your opponent. So if the CS score stays within that 10 CS mark, then you are going to be able to win. So for CoCo, he does need to put that aggression on. Teleport just about to come off cooldown here for Forget Me Not. She might lose a couple CS for going back to base here. And, oh, she's actually going to stay in lane. And that is a difficult situation to be in. She's gonna take one more auto attack. No, getting very low from those sand soldiers and very vulnerable to being dove here. CoCo thinking about it, gonna be able to use those arise commands on the turret to chunk it down just a little bit more. And Forget Me Not risks losing her turret. When she goes back to base, she's gonna have to come back and put up a big fight because CoCo's gonna take her turret.
Yeah, as we can see though, she's not too far behind in CS, so she doesn't have to worry about that currently. He still needs 15 more to hit that 100 CS mark. She's only down by 6, but like you said, turret is in a very precarious spot. Fortunately for her, she can delay his aggression with that Frozen Tomb if need be, or catch him out if she, he opts to dive. She tries to stop the back with the Glacial Path, not able to do it. His TP is up, and I suspect that we'll see him using that momentarily.
Another advantage that I want to point out for CoCo is that he actually brought Barrier versus Ignite. It's very smart because the Barrier itself is overall stronger, gives you more HP than picking up Summoner Heal would. And a heal would be mitigated by Ignite if you were under its effects, whereas Barrier is not. So when you get all in, which is the way that Forget Me Not is going to probably be able to win this game, the Barrier is going to do a great job at keeping that from being possible. So it's a Fiendish Codex and quad Doran's rings here. Will we see this all in right now? There's Emperor's Divide completely whiffing. If that had hit, CoCo would have actually pushed Forget Me Not underneath turret and might have been able to pick up the win just off of that, but Fiendish Codex versus a completed Morellonomicon. This is the first Morellonomicon, first third tier item picked up in this entire tournament. 99 CS, and all he needs is one more to hit that 100 CS mark, but will also need to pick up a 10 CS advantage before he's able to claim victory.
Yeah, the Emperor's Divide being down is actually really bad news for CoCo, but maybe he doesn't even need it. Yet again, Sand Soldiers just doing absolute work here to Forget Me Not, who's now hovering around the 30% HP mark. Still has the Frozen Tomb, but doesn't really have much of an opening to try to get in with that all-in aggression. Really just opting for the CS. As you can see, we are over the 100 CS mark, 107 to 107, dead even.
Now, one problem that Forget Me Not, she's prioritizing CS so heavily at this point that CoCo's really abusing her for that and going in for extra harassment when he knows she has to hit that CS. So for right now, Forget Me Not is going to have a decent time at killing off these minions, but CoCo can both CS the minions and go for her ass, whereas Forget Me Not needs to get in range of the actual minion wave in order to make that happen. And one by one, individual CS, CoCo is able to edge out Forget Me Not, who will need to go back to base. He's standing there right at her turret, because the other thing that you have to keep in mind is that CoCo has a second win condition in being able to use those arise commands on the turret and kill it almost instantly.
Yeah. At this point, Forget Me Not cannot leave the lane.
Oh, going in one more. She's going in for the all-in. Actually uses the ultimate on herself, but with the Ignite, even with the Ignite, unable to pick up that kill. Knew she was going to lose it eventually, so decided to try to do something about it. Unable to pick up the kill, and it's CoCo. Take out Forget Me Not in game number 1.
Yep. So down but not out here for Forget Me Not. Still a best of 3. Had a decent showing here against CoCo Azir, but I suspect that, as it has shown in the past, we will not be seeing Azir make it through to picks in this second game. We'll have to see what they decide to do. She did play a pretty good Lissandra. Had a solid performance, just not able to out-harass the harassed
Yeah,
king.
and the lane mechanics specifically, regardless of the individual champion that she picked, she was laning very well versus CoCo, able to not only keep identical in CS for the entire time, even at the end of the game, it was the harassment that wound up killing her. And so great decision making by CoCo. He was able to go back to base and pick up a Fiendish Codex and then go for the Morellonomicon too. That was actually a really big buy. Like we said, the first third tier item that we've actually seen picked up in the entire tournament. CoCo makes it happen, comes back from base with a great item. That's an item that you'd see built on Azir in, you know, a normal game, and not just a 1v1. So great job there by CoCo, able to just narrowly edge out the win. Will Forget-Me-Not be able to come back here in game number 2? And like I said, Forget-Me-Not, like one of the best players on her team, laning here just toe-to-toe versus CoCo. Coming in here to game number 2, picks and bans underway.
Alright, so far we do see LeBlanc being taken away from CoCo by Forget-Me-Not. We'll have to see what CoCo wants to fire back with. He's taking his time with this one. Annie coming out. Very much been a popular pick and ban throughout this entire tournament series. We saw a lot of Annie action yesterday, and we've seen her banned out consistently so far in the matches today. Now we'll just have to see what Forget-Me-Not wants to do. 2 more bans left on the table for both of these players. And there is a multitude of champions that deserve some attention
Definitely
here.
not enough bans to go around in a 1v1. Nidalee ban actually versus CoCo here as well. Caitlyn gonna get banned out. You'll probably see another 80 carry ban, and there is the Azir banned out by Forget-Me-Not, so not gonna have that one go away. Forget-Me-Not. Now it's her turn to first pick here. Now first pick means that you get the champion, the strongest champion that's left available. But for CoCo, that means he gets the counter pick. What is he going to go into? A Cassiopeia locked in for Forget-Me-Not.
Okay, so Cass is also somebody that we've seen banned out consistently. I think we saw her picked once yesterday, I do believe, maybe even twice, and had very strong showing. Insanely squishy carry in that mid lane, but dishes out a ton of damage and an immense amount of harass, so very scary. But the Ezreal actually coming in for CoCo. And this is something that we've seen pick up in popularity yet again. That mid Ezreal has been very, very popular in the Korean scene.
Popular for CoCo. He has a 50% win ratio, so only played it twice and is 1-1 currently, at least in competitive play. But the most recent time you've probably heard of CoCo is from last week. He was actually able to pick up the new CS record, which he set on Jace in an 80-minute game. He was able to pick up 726 CS, so it makes complete sense that he was able to do such an impeccable job CSing. And when you, as Forget-Me-Not, are keeping even in CS with the current record holder for most CS in a competitive game, you gotta know you're doing something right at that point. Now, with Cassiopeia versus Ezreal, it's gonna be a battle of harassment. Can either Ezreal land the Mystic shots to harass down Cassiopeia, or is she gonna land those enough poison to not only stack up her Serpentine passive, but also, you know, push him out of lane. So it's going to be interesting to watch when we get into this game. But first, I think we're actually going to take a look at their runes and masteries, or at least we should have those coming up on your screen here in just a second. It looks like for Forget-Me-Not, starting out with 5% flat cooldown reduction. Also has 7.8 flat magic penetration, health per level. And she actually, that's actually really interesting. She splits, she has AP quintessences. She split, I think there's some extra magic resistance put in there too. Couldn't exactly tell what she was doing with her blues, but as far as masteries are concerned, she did make the common error of putting a point into Dangerous Game, which isn't actually worth anything in 1v1s, because you have to kill a champion in order to get benefit out of it, and if you pick up the kill, then you're going to win the game anyway. So, going into runes and masteries here for CoCo. On Ezreal, still seeing the health per level, with some attack damage there as well, and still picking up that point in Dangerous Game, even though it doesn't work, with a point in Spell Weaving as well.
Yeah, just all-out aggression coming out here. Nothing too surprising, but we'll have to see how these guys decide to play it. I feel like, and I don't want to curse myself here, curse the players, but I do feel like Cassiopeia has a bit of an upper hand in this matchup. Provided that she can float behind minions and dodge the Mystic Shocks effectively. Because if she goes in and tries to drop the Noxious Blast, even if it forces Ezreal away with an Arcane Shift, that is a trade in favor of Cassiopeia because of the amount of mana that it's going to burn out from Ezreal. And it's going to reduce his sustain in lane. So I feel like there's a good amount of subtle counterplay that can come in for Cass, but it's going to be a matter of if Forget-Me-Not can just really come out on top of CoCo. Both had fantastic showings in that first game, so this is either player's game coming into round 2.
And we will be getting into game number 2 here in just a second, so don't go anywhere. Once again, this is the Solo King, broadcast here on Azubu TV. Make sure to hit the follow button right down below the stream. Use the hashtag the Solo King to talk about it on Twitter. And stick around because we'll be coming back with game number 2 of Forget-Me-Not versus CoCo. We'll be coming your way here in just a second. Stick around, we'll be right back. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a 1v1 tournament brought to you here on Azubu TV, featuring Forget-Me-Not, widely known as the female Faker, playing for I Am Athena, the best female team in Korea, playing against the second best team, or at least tied for that position, in Champions this season. It's CoCo, mid laner for CJ Entis, on his Ezreal versus her Cassiopeia for game number 2. CoCo up 1 game means that this may be match point for CoCo if he's able to take this home. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilleos, and we're about to get underway.
Yeah, like you were saying, CoCo, if he takes this victory, he moves on to the finals to get out of his, just pool here. But if he wins, he has to go and face his teammate, Space, which means we may get another CJ Entis versus CJ Entis game. We saw how that went with Madlife and Space. I'm wondering if we get to see CoCo in Space, if it's going to be equally as crazy. But for now, we have this crazy matchup. Forget-Me-Not. Let's see if she can stand her ground and earn her way a little bit closer to possibly claiming the title of the Solo Queen of Korea. You can see fairly standard buys coming out. Ezreal going with the Doran's Blade this time around. Cassiopeia, however, that Crystalline Flask, once that's sustained, throw out all of those noxious poisons, or blasts, as much as possible. Get all that harass out. So nothing too shocking. Ezreal, though, with Ignite, Exhaust. Meanwhile, Forget-Me-Not. Bury your teleport this time around. Doesn't have the flash to try to get that Petrifying Gaze off. It'll be interesting to see how this is going to evolve as we get closer to level 6. In lane, minions are out, and the CS has begun.
Alright, so a great job dodging those Noxious Blasts for CoCo so far. Hasn't been hit by one, and that is going to be an essential part of Cassiopeia's game to stack up her passive to get, up to 100 stacks, which is pretty much all you can expect to have in a reasonable time period in a 1v1. 3 to 4 CS, so fairly even across the board, but already a little bit more damage being done by CoCo, who's going to be playing this matchup very, very aggressively. But with level 2 being hit, already a couple of Twin Fangs to come out.
Yeah, really nice damage just firing back from Forget-Me-Not. She got those poisons onto him, so she's generating those stacks finally. And just quick to the punch to get those Twin Fangs out as quickly as possible. When your target's poisoned, it goes down to a 0.5 second cooldown. So you just throw them out as quickly as you possibly can. And it just lays on the harass.
Yep. Forget Me Not, in game number 1, she was very, very well versed at CSing, and I think you're seeing pretty much the exact same situation here versus CoCo. What's almost more important than CSing is being able to kill minions with Twin Fangs, because it not only refunds the cost of casting Twin Fangs, but it also gives you 3% of your missing mana back. So that's there's actually a lot of mana, as I think it's actually total mana. Yeah, so that's a great way to get mana sustain in lane, and once she hits 100 stacks on that, you actually get about 10 to 12 HP depending on your ability power back every time you kill a minion with it too. So that is it's a great way to stay in lane, get that lane sustain, something that CoCo will be picking up primarily based on just the lifesteal from Doran's blades.
Yeah, really great sustain coming in as she just gets ever closer to that 100 stack mark. Like you said, the heal will start to come in. I believe it starts around 6 HP, scales up by like something about 10% of her AP. So it's a really nice heal, especially early on in this game. Coupled with that crystalline flask, she will not have to leave the lane for a while. As you can see, she's about 57 stacks so far on that aspect of the Serpent. So little ways to go. But already doing like a pretty good job.
And actually doing a great job at hitting those noxious, or the noxious blasts, that's what it is, on CoCo. So with a mobile champion like Ezreal who's able to stay very far back from the wave, we actually saw a Cassiopeia versus Caitlyn matchup as well, and in that matchup the Cassiopeia was still actually able to hit a fair amount of noxious blasts and get those stacks coming up. But like you said, starting to crest about the 70 mark on those noxious blasts, or on the aspect of the Serpent charges. Should be seeing her hit that 100 stack mark here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, it shouldn't take too much longer for her to reach that point. As you can see, doing a good job pushing CoCo back to his turret. He's trying to fire back, flash into the Arcane Shift forward. He has the exhaust.
Got the exhaust, the ignite coming down. Couple more auto attacks. The barrier though, Forget Me Not needs one more auto attack. Oh my god, so close.
Yeah, I almost said the flash coming out. I was like, wait, no, he has the Arcane Shift. That's what it was. But wow, really just sudden aggression coming out from CoCo, just trying to get in, but not able to find the kill. That's the back for Forget Me Not. TP coming back in. So that's going to be on cooldown, but very big commitment coming in for CoCo, and now all of his cooldowns completely blown. This is going to give Forget Me Not a good amount of time to get a little bit of a CS advantage. Might not be able to shove into the turret to deny CS in time, but some nice pickups for her. So you can see double Doran's ring coming back, picking up some potions as well. Triple Doran's blade for CoCo as he re-enters the lane.
Now, like we said, the CS completely even between these two players. It's been kind of a hallmark of this series. Forget Me Not doing a very, very good job keeping that CS up, and using the teleport was actually able to get a 3 to 4 CS lead off of that, just coming back in the lane. But more importantly, now that she's grabbed those double Doran's blades and a crystalline flask, the sustain, the damage, it's all there, and especially now that she has stacked up level 6, have to watch out for the petrifying gaze as well. One way to counter that out is to only ever move laterally in your or horizontally rather in your lane, so that you're always facing sideways. And specifically now, 100 stacks on that aspect of the Serpent mean there's extra health coming back. Forget Me Not with a lot of sustain here in lane.
Yeah, the True Shot Barrage comes out. Petrifying Gaze does hit, but Forget Me Not takes a Mystic Shot, and the auto attack will be enough to finish her off.
Yeah, when she landed Petrifying Gaze, she actually didn't land poison after it, so CoCo wasn't actually poisoned when he got stunned. So after landing one Twin Fangs, she couldn't follow up with any more Twin Fangs afterwards. That'll be a 2-0 victory for CoCo. Very, very close up until the very end, but inevitably will be able to take a 2-0 victory over Forget Me Not and advance to take on his teammate Space.
Well, which means that, of course, going into the finals, CoCo versus Space. This is going to be one heck of a game coming out. If it's anything like the antics that we saw in Space versus Madlife, then I am extremely excited. But, of course, very well played from Forget Me Not. put up one heck of a fight against one of the best mid laners in Korea, but just not able to do enough. So we won't get to see that Forget-Me-Not versus Faker in the tournament, unfortunately, but maybe one day.
Maybe one day indeed. And that means that we'll be coming back with our final best of 3 set of the night. To advance from the group, who will it be? Is it Space or is it CoCo? Saw a very interesting 1v1 matchup between Space and Madlife. Now we're going to have another all CJ Entus final. Space versus CoCo will be your final 1v1 of the night here in the Solo King. Final 1v1 of the entire group stages. So this is going to be the last that you'll see of us until we come back with the playoffs next month. So you don't want to miss it. Make sure to stick around. Once again, this is the Solo King, broadcast on Azubu TV. Make sure to hit that follow button right down below the stream. It'll let you know whenever we come back with it. And of course, make sure to support Extra Life, our charity. You can do so by hitting the Extra Life button right down below the stream here as well. So do that. It helps support area or children's hospitals all over the nation. We could really use your support. We really appreciate that. So stick around. We'll be right back with our final best of 3 of the night.
Wait a minute!
So I said, no, 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 it was supposed to be my friends. What did you do to me? I killed down no one to play for champions. I can't believe you're trolling. No, it was supposed to be my friends. What did you do to me? I killed down no one to play for champions. I can't believe you're trolling.
Red team pentakill.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King. We are here in the finals of our group stage matches. Which one of these players will advance? It's CoCo versus Space in an all CJ Entis finals. We're coming in here to the finals, and while Space versus Madlife, their duo lane might have been a little bit more of a friendly affair, Space versus CoCo will not be. It is CoCo taking Jarvan the Fourth versus Space's Xerath here in game number 1 of our best of 3. My name is Reed Rapid Melton. Joining me is Seth Achilleos King, and we'll be your shoutcasters for what is shaping up to be a pretty epic matchup to close out the day.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys had some pretty explosive games. CoCo taking down the female Faker. Space, of course, like you said, taking down his comrade Madlife from the bot lane. But yeah, this one, I don't know if we're going to see the same silly antics that we saw from that Madlife game. Looks like things are going to get a little bit more serious. CoCo rocking the Jarvan with the Xerath. These are two picks that we haven't gotten to see too much of throughout the tournament because they've been very consistently on the ban list for a lot of these games. Xerath in particular, extremely strong pick at the moment. How do you think that CoCo's gonna have to go about playing this one to get around the ranged harass of Space? Is he gonna have to just dive in right on top of him?
Well, primarily it's just gonna be, I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see a Crystalline Flask start for CoCo here, just so that he can sustain through the early harass. I just desperately try for enough CS to get like 1, 2, maybe 3 Doran's Blades, and then just go for the all-in. You're gonna see teleport flash most likely for Space because he has to find some way to either avoid the knockup or get out of the Cataclysm. Otherwise, he's just straight up dead. Shocking Orb is gonna be his bestest best friend, and unless he lands it onto CoCo, he's gonna be, I don't know, it's gonna be a major no-no. So definitely something to watch out for. It's gonna be all in versus harass Space, CSing gameplay. Space versus CoCo. Our first game in our last best of 3 of the group stages is going to be a very, very exciting affair. Once again, do want to make sure you guys don't miss out on any more of the Solo King adventures. We'll be coming back with the finals next month, so make sure to hit the follow button right down below the screen and stick around. We'll be coming back with game number 1, Space versus CoCo. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King 1v1 tournament here on Azubu TV. My name is Reed Rapid Melton. Joining me once again, Seth Achilleos King, coming into our first game in this best of 3 finals. One player will advance to the round of 12. One player's going home, and all CJ Entis affair as CoCo, their mid laner, faces off against their AD carry Space.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty explosive game. As we can see, no ADC coming in for Space. He is on that Xerath. So not necessarily on, what would otherwise be a comfort pick for him. So I'm interested to see how he's going to perform. We have seen, from CJ in particular, we have seen a lot of their members playing roles that they don't typically play, and they're pretty darn good at it. Namely, Madlife with that Anivia play, pretty fantastic. So I'm looking forward to see what Space can do with an AP carry of his own here with this Xerath, showing off his dance moves for now. Not offering to stick around and get the extra potion. CoCo, however, does want to secure that, get himself that extra sustain in the lane.
Now, that is actually kind of interesting to note. Both players starting Crystalline Flask, so going for the sustain builds, but Space should know he needs a fourth potion here. That's a big difference in lane. It's either 100 mana or 150 HP. CoCo coming out of lane with a little bit of an advantage with that extra health potion will really go a long way towards helping him stay in lane against the ranged versus melee harass that Space is going to be putting out.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he's able to avoid the aggression from the side of CoCo. I'll be seeing those Dragon Strikes come in, try to get some early harass. You can see Arcana Pulse not gonna hit.
Wow, that is some isomorphic viewpoint perspective for you. That is, it looked like it hit, but just barely off to the side. Great dodging here for CoCo. Able to get right around the edge of those Arcano pulses.
Yeah, yet again. Juking out, not getting hit. Dragon Strike, though. Starting to rip right into space. Gonna have to be careful and play maybe a little bit further back. Arcana Pulse finally finding its mark. But the difference in damage between the two abilities is very large. As we can see, Flag and Drag comes in. Space does get knocked up, and auto attacks just ripping.
Wow,
right
yeah, that's pretty bad. Space got hit by that knockup, and that means that if he does that one more time, he's dead. So, not to mention, it's just going to get more and more terrifying as the lane phase goes on. CoCo having just the right amount of dodge ability to not get harassed down early on, and then able to hit his all-ins when he goes in for them. It's going to be very, very scary for Space to deal with.
Absolutely. He's got to be careful, especially with that martial cadence on Jarvan the Fourth. 10% of current HP will get taken off. About every 7 seconds, I believe, on the auto attacks. So when Jarvan gets in there with that Flag and Drag combo, he just starts absolutely ripping through. He also gets that increased attack speed from the Demacian standard being dropped down, so it's just going to help him out even more. So we see 13-13.
Putting on this pressure at the turret is good and everything. Oh, Shocking Orb going to hit.
Nice.
No Eye of Destruction, but he's still going to land Arcano Pulses. And like we said, that extra health potion is really going to matter. Because as much harass... Oh my god, immediate flash out there, but missing the Shocking Orb is a big problem here. Wait, why?
Yeah, the double ignite is down. Dragon Strike comes out, but Space really low on mana. CoCo just going to go ahead and opt to back to his turret. Let the potions run himself up. But what a sudden aggressive play from both of these players.
Yeah, if Space had actually landed that Shocking Orb, I don't think he would have had kill potential on CoCo, but it would have been close. And as is, missed knock up there as well. Slow from the Golden Ages, but nice Shocking Orb. He hits it when it counts.
Yeah, staying alive, hanging into this one. Now we can see CoCo very low on mana. Doesn't have enough. Maybe could throw down a Demacian standard, throw out one more Dragon Strike, but definitely not going to be able to get in and make any kind of aggressive plays onto Space from here. Gonna have to kind of sit back and heal as much as possible if he wants to stick around in lane. Otherwise, we might be seeing an early back coming out from CoCo. Space with that passive, very much having the upper hand at the moment from the Mana Surge.
Now CoCo should be able to see us at his turret very, very easily, and probably won't want to go for the all-in as soon as he hits level 6. I mean, of course he wants to go in for it. The only problem is that he risks dying before he is as strong as he can be. If he goes back here at either level 5, level 6, he does still have teleport to get back in the lane. This is this weird teleport ignite strategy from Jarvan, and I've actually seen this before, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense considering that you kind of need Flash to be able to follow the Flash out of your Cataclysm. Now, the good thing, at least for CoCo right now, is that Space doesn't have Flash. He used it earlier on and won't have it up by the time that CoCo hits level 6, so that's actually a big buff. If he hits Cataclysm onto Space, it's really hard to miss that spell, by the way. It's going to lock him down and he won't be able to get out.
That's true, but at the same time, here it is actually right as the Arcane comes out. Not able to really find its target. I was about to say, if you get Cataclysm, right of the Arcane could come down and you have nowhere to go as well because you're stuck in that Cataclysm. You force him to drop the walls so he doesn't get blown up by that ultimate from the side of Xerath. But as you can see, CoCo going to go ahead and recall.
Yeah, I do want to mention, you can go anywhere on the map in this 1v1. You just can't kill any minions outside the mid lane. So, it does mean that you can run away as far as you want. You just can't pick up any extra CS outside of your middle lane minions. And with the teleport back to lane, CoCo doesn't actually lose any CS off of that. He's actually, and this is the weird stat that you want to focus on, he's up 10 CS on Space, which is not what you should see. The Xerath by far should be able to CS better than the Jarvan, but CoCo is putting on so much pressure that Space is actually forced to play defensively, and specifically because he blew his flash very early on, he's been having to play extra defensively versus CoCo, who's actually going to get an extra trip back to lane, or back to base, and that's just because Space used Flash Ignite as his summoner spell. That's an... I don't know, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense on a safe farming-based champion. Going Flash Ignite, very aggressive, does have Ignite back up again, but we'll be waiting another minute for Flash to come off cooldown.
Well, CoCo right back to the aggressive plays, using that Dragon Strike. Just trying to chunk out Space here. Hit him from a safe distance. Looks like he's being a little bit cautious, going all in. He's just holding on to that Cataclysm for the right moment, but as we can see, he is now stretched into a 20 CS lead as we hit the 55 CS mark for CoCo. And this is...
Space actually getting zoned away from the minion line just because CoCo froze the lane on him. And a great job freezing it, by the way, right in front of his turret. Nothing Space can really do. Does have long range on Arcano Pulse to CS, but you're slower when you hold on to Arcano Pulse, so that means that it's easier for CoCo to close the distance onto you, and it's not going to last very much longer. CSing doesn't really give all that much of an advantage to CoCo at this point.
There it is. The Flag Attack comes in, gets a knock up, but he's going to go ahead and get stunned out by the Shocking Orb. Take back a little bit of damage. Little bit in favor of Space there, takes CoCo down fairly substantially. But potions are going to go ahead and bring him right back up to a safe amount of HP.
Like I said, this fight comes down to, can you hit your Shocking Orbs? If Space lands one during the all-in, then CoCo probably loses it, especially if he does it under turrets. So, does have to watch out for that. We'll get this cannon minion. And with this focus on CSing and sustain after coming back from base, it makes it look like CoCo wants to have another opportunity to buy before he finally goes in for his inevitable all-in. And with the 20 CS lead, he doesn't have to worry about going back to base and losing his lane, because he's already so far up ahead. There's no way that Space will be able to come back and win.
Were it not for Space having Flash right now, CoCo would have lethal with the Cataclysm. As we can see, he goes into the Flag and back, gets the Cataclysm down, but actually Space does not. He's not able to get out. And he is just going to go ahead and fall, and that's going to be 1-0 in favor of CoCo as he picks up that first kill.
And that is going to be game one going to Space. Nice all-in. We'll get a quick instant replay. Shocking Orb does land. It just doesn't last long enough. And we were talking about that Flash being essential, but not essential enough. Yep, he used it a little bit too soon. CoCo able to come out and win game number one. So Space a little bit in the deficit here. I think I misspoke and said the Space won game one, but it is CoCo. He'll take down game one with a Jarvan versus Xerath matchup. And Xerath, a great champion, but as much as teams like SKT love picking him first, he does have very real counter picks. And things like LeBlanc, like Jarvan, have the ability to kill him, even though Xerath does enjoy a ranged versus melee harass advantage. When it comes to getting kills, all it takes is an all-in, and that's what you saw pick CoCo up game number one.
Yep, really solid pickup for him, and as long as he can take that momentum, bring it forth into the next game, we might see CoCo moving on out of the group stage, moving on to the round 12 in March. We'll have to see. Space, still a very capable and skilled player. We'll have to see what he's going to fire back with. I'm certain that we will see the Jarvan taken away from his teammate this time around. Just a little too strong of a showing to allow that one to go back through the ban phase unscathed. So we'll have to see what else he wants to take away, though, once we get back into this pick phase.
Yeah, we'll be getting into game number two here in just a second. I do want to take a small moment to mention the charity that the Solo King is supporting. If you want to scroll right down below the stream, you'll be able to see it's Extra Life. It supports children's hospitals across the nation, and we would really appreciate your donations. So if you scroll right down below the screen, you'll find more information about that. Head over to www.extra-life.org. Or, of course, you can find them on Twitter at extralife4kids as well. We'd really appreciate your donations coming in there. It's a huge amount of support, and it's a great cause as well. So if you have some time, have the ability, make sure to donate to Extra Life. But now we're getting into game number 2. Coming up, we'll get that on your stream right now. Space versus CoCo, and you're going to see a lot of 80 carry bans versus Space. Makes a lot of sense, but it was actually Space who played the AP carry versus CoCo who went with Jarvan.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if he wants to try his hand at a major again, or if he wants to pick up an ADC coming into this match. The MF is still on the board. We've seen a very dominating performance from her in past matches, even today. But of course, the Jarvan being the first ban coming out. LeBlanc, again, fairly standard so far through all of his matches throughout the tournament. And of course, Azir being taken away from the side of CoCo. That Caitlyn, the Varus, and Ezreal all have seen play today, and all of them being taken away from his counterpart in the bot lane. And now Space hovering over the Yasuo pick, which honestly I don't recall. Have we seen a Yasuo recently?
No, we have not seen Yasuo. Yasuo fairly horrendous in a 1v1 situation, given his incredibly low base stats starting out. His HP is very low, his shield's been reduced, and while yes, he may win 1v1s based on the crit chance, there's just so many champions that are better at 1v1ing. Specifically things like 80 carries, Lucian still available is a great pick in the 1v1. A Gragas pick for Space is not a champion we have seen yet in this tournament, and so might be, I mean, a lot of sustain there from Gragas. The all-in ability is definitely there, as well as the use of the explosive cask to knock champions into your turret. You know, definitely a possibility there as well. We'll see what CoCo picks up here. Hovering over Renekton.
Nah, I doubt if we'll see that one. That would be an interesting matchup, however.
Oh, is CoCo going to pick the Xerath and kind of show Space how it's done? I don't know. But he is thinking about this Renekton pick. Switches it up to a Jace at the last second.
Here we go. My favorite champion in the game. Finally, get to see Jace in action. This is going to be a really awesome game coming into this match right now.
Wow. All right. Well, it's going to be Jace versus Gragas. Gragas will be able to build relatively tanky. Should be just going for a lot of Doran's rings, whereas Jace has got the harass, has the poke. Won't really be able to afford 700 gold put into a Tear of the Goddess like you'd see from a traditional Jace build. So might see a few mana issues if he doesn't start with that Crystalline Flask, which honestly should be the way that he starts, just given the amount of sustain that's prioritized. It should be a Crystalline Flask start through Space 2. But they can always just decide to, you know, say, screw it, let's do it, and pick up aggressive items to start the game with as well.
Yeah, I mean, you never really know. Gragas, he does have a lot of built-in sustain, so maybe he'll opt to go a bit more aggressive against CoCo's Jace. Maybe start with a Doran's Ring, but like you said, I think that we're going to be seeing a double Crystalline Flask, as has been the pretty much staple build for most of these games. We'll have to see what happens once we get onto the Rift, which should be in just a few minutes.
Exactly. So game 2, game point actually for CoCo. So if he picks up this win, he advances to face the likes of Faker, Easy Hoon. We've got guys like OQ, Zephyr, or GBM actually beat Zephyr in that matchup. So a lot of great players have advanced to the round of 12. Let's see which one of these members of CJ Entis will advance to join them. Keep in mind, this is the last best of 3 series of the group stages. So we'll be taking a couple of weeks off for the New Year's celebrations and getting into the playoffs next month. So going to be a little bit of a break from the Solo King, so get it while you can. Let's check out the runes and masteries here. For Space, they're going to show you up there on your screen, going for a little bit of flat HP as well as damage. You're going to see a fairly standard 2190 physical damage mastery setup, but once again, still taking that point in... I forgot the name of the mastery there. A dangerous game, that's what
Dangerous
it is.
game.
Yeah, it
The
doesn't
one
actually
that
work in
doesn't
one
matter.
Yeah, it gives you all that bonus HP that you don't need because you've already won the game. But switching things over to I almost said ambition. He was earlier on, but if you go over to CoCo and check things out, it's trying to read these runes here. HP per level, cooldown reduction, and then physical damage there as well. When you look at the rune setup or the mastery setup, it's actually a little bit more interesting. Takes points out of blade weaving and no points in warlord, so they can have 4 points in attack speed, 4 points in cooldown reduction too. So a little bit interesting there. Not going for warlord, kind of underestimated. Usually you see at least 1 point put in there, but opting to put that point into blade weaving or spell weaving instead.
It makes a bit sense. He wants to get that cooldown reduction so that the acceleration gate can be up more consistently. Back in Season 3, Jace did get hit with the nerf bat. His acceleration gate used to get down to about a 10-second cooldown, I believe. Now it's a flat 16 at all ranks. So as much as you can reduce that is, very, very good for you. So not terribly surprising, seeing that he's going to go ahead and opt to get as much CDR in as possible. But we'll have to see if he's able to utilize those acceleration gates with his Shock Blast to just out-harass Space. So who knows? This is still any man's game. So far, though, Space not having a great showing on that Gragas. We'll see what happens when we're on the Rift.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King 1v1 tournament here on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilleos, and we're getting into what could be our last game of the group stages. CoCo up 1 game over Space, bringing the Jace versus Space's Gragas. Takes a lot of guts to bring the Jace versus Space.
Nice little rhymes you got going on there.
We'll see if he deals damage to his face.
All right.
And with a kill, because there's only one champion, it would technically be an ace.
We're bordering on freak. We're hitting that point. It's getting to that point. Oh, looks like Space. He's showing some early aggression. CoCo as well to this guy. He goes in. They're just auto-attacking each other brutally. Body slam comes in. There's the ignite, actually. This could be CoCo just going down.
Wait, no way is he going to pick up this first blood at 1 minute and 8 seconds. Space. With the kill before minions spawn. Holy hell.
Replay.
Yeah, we're going to take a look. And the instant replay is going to encompass the entire fight. So we get to watch the entire thing all over again.
So he got spotted up by the ward. He body slammed it into him over the wall, and then from there he went into the skies for CoCo. But he just didn't have the damage, and this other body slam just wrecked him. Combined with the ignite, gets that last auto attack under the tower, and is able to find the first blood. So congratulations to Space. We have a series, and we are going to a blind pick game 3. Now 1-1 between Space and CoCo of CJ Entis.
I mean, I know it's Valentine's Day, but I didn't think that Space was going to be that in love with the CoCo. It's coming down to a blind pick, like you said. No bans, just champion choices. You can pick any champion you want. This is 5.3, so that might impact their champion choices, but damn, what a game. Number 1. Game number 2, even better. So game number 3, I expect to be the best of the entire night. Now, whether or not Space leans over to CoCo and says, hey, let's play dodgeball too, I have a feeling CoCo would just say no at that point. And you'd have to have an agreement before you do stuff like that. Game number 3, we've seen some Lee Sin 1v1s, just going for the blindest of blind picks, but for right now, I'm expecting one of the best game 3s that we've ever seen here. Space illustrating how mechanically, skilled he is, with not just with his actual mechanics, but with his strategy as well. Picking Gragas early on, go for body slam, landing body slam number 1, and then having the exhaust ignite, be able to pick up the kill. Just incredibly well played. Like, I have to expect the same thing for game 3.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what these guys decide to do. Maybe they'll go for a more even 1v1 like we saw before from Space and Madlife. Maybe we'll get another Mundo 1v1 dodgeball game in the mid lane. Who knows what's gonna happen? But either way, I am very intrigued to see what these guys are gonna pull out of these blind picks. Because this is... wow. What that last match just didn't see it coming.
Well, neither did CoCo, so...
This is true. That's the power of wards, even in a 1v1. They can work wonders for you.
Exactly. If he had seen Space waiting to body slam from over the wall, might have been an entirely different game. But we're going to pick some entirely different champions as we load into this 1v1 lobby. Last game of the group stages. So last game of the night comes all the way down to a best of 3. Blind pick coming up, and honestly, when games are blind picked, you kind of expect to see things like Caitlyn versus Caitlyn, or maybe mix an Illusion there, or go for these like passive farm-based games. But by and large, today has been a game more about just plain killing the other guy than it has been in previous brackets. So excited to see what it's gonna be for our final blind pick game of the night. Space versus CoCo, a lot of AD carry bans versus Space, and consequently AP carries banned versus CoCo. But with the inability to ban champions now, will we see this Lee Sin 1v1, or are they going to pick champions that fit a little bit better with their champion pools?
All bets have been off, and they continue to be off so far. See the double Lee Sin possibly coming in.
Oh, they're
gonna
go for it. We still got 50 seconds to switch things up, but it does look like it's gonna be a Lee Sin versus Lee Sin. Game number 3 blind pick. CJ Entis knows how to put on a show with Madlife versus Space. Of course, Space continuing the showmanship versus CoCo here in a Lee Sin 1v1.
Well, maybe they'll play this one by throwing nothing but sonic waves to kind of replicate the Mundo setup they had with the infected cleavers.
They're just doing it with Lee Sins, but then if you follow up with the resonating strike, you actually cross the ward boundaries. So I don't know if that means you have to swap sides or what.
Actually, I don't think I've ever seen that actually occur though. A double resonating strike at the same time with Lee Sins. I guess you just kind of meet in the center, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you do meet in or at least close to the center. I'm actually not sure. I believe you do impact with the body, so yeah, you'd meet in the center.
Maybe we'll get to see it right here because we do have them locked in. So here we go.
Now I want to see their runes and masteries. If they aren't using runes and masteries, I am going to be upset. Because that means we're going to see some more crazy shenanigans, and I'm going to be upset in, of course, the bestest, most awesome possible way, because I want to see some more crazy stuff between Space and we already saw it versus Madlife. They played a dodgeball game for the chance to advance. Is Space just going to throw that away with a Lee Sin 1v1, or will he be able to take out CoCo, who's had a very strong showing in every game today?
It all comes down to this. This is the end of group stages, so a lot is on the line. So we'll have to see who is going to be the one to advance. The one that we will see down the line in March.
Yeah, we are going to take a little bit of a break, so make sure to hit that follow button right down below the stream. It lets you know when we come back with the Solo King playoffs. If you like today's games, well, they're just going to get better. We've got guys like Faker, Easy Hoon, OQ, Ganked by Mom, and all the players that have won their final matchup here today will be joining them. Can't wait to see who it's going to be. It's one of them is going to be from CJ Entis. We'll be seeing these runes and masteries. All right, so Houston, we have runes. We are not going to see some crazy 1v1s. Let's check this out. I believe it is 7% cooldown reduction in blues. along with 13 armor and then 13 attack damage there as well. And as far as masteries are concerned, no point put into dangerous game here for CoCo, but he did point one into the bonus damage to allied champions point there. A little bit confusing as to why that exists, but regardless of that, he's actually going to go for a little bit more of a diverse build. He's got 72 flat AD, and then he's actually going to mix in some, I don't think that's cooldown reduction. There's a little bit of MR in there to mitigate the Tempest damage, as well as, of course, some damage of his own. And as far as Space's mastery setup is concerned, we're switching back to his runes to just check that out. I think that's actually mana regen. I'm fairly sure that is mana regen. Maybe it's energy regeneration. I don't know if he's bought energy regen runes just for this matchup. It sounds pretty terrible to me, but for masteries, spell weaving, blade weaving, 2 points in warlord, nothing in dangerous game.
Well, that's good. At least we finally got past that maybe slight oversight of dangerous game. But here we go. These guys should be loading onto the rift, and we should be ready to roll in just a minute here.
You know what that means,
Hype is
guys?
building.
Yeah, exactly. Get hype. Tell your friends. It's Space versus CoCo, the last game of the Solo King group stages. Coming up next here on Azubu TV. Stick around. We'll be right back with game number 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King 1v1 tournament here on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid, with me is Achilles, and we're getting into the final of the final. The last game of this group stage between CoCo and Space. All CJ Entis affair with Doran's Blades, Health Potions, and 2 Lee Sins coming out onto the Rift.
Yep, double Flash Ignite, of course, coming out for both of these players. So this is going to be a very explosive 1v1 as we get underway. So far, they're slowly inching toward one another's turrets. Maybe we'll see some interesting early aggression like we saw in that last game. Looks like they're probably just going to go ahead and have a little kung fu contest in the middle here as they wait for the minions to join them.
Is kung fu fighting there in the mid lane, and they're actually kung fu dancing right now. The fighting will come in a little bit, but they will have to be a man, or 2 separate men more accurately, to be able to win this 1v1.
They must collectively be a man.
I have a list of Mulan quotes off to the side on my my other screen, so we'll be trying to mix those in.
They must be swift as a coursing river.
Oh my god.
With all the force of a great typhoon.
This is why I have a co-caster, so that he can sing Mulan while I actually cast the game. Let's get down to it. We got minions spawning here in just a little bit. They're already working their way up the lanes, and for once, we have a game that goes longer than a minute and 30 seconds. The game was already over, game 2, by this point in time, but now we actually get a lane phase, so Double Tempest Cripple is going to go in there for the auto attacks. Oh, Space gets off an extra auto attack, but he aggroed the creep wave a little bit more as he walked in and took overall a little bit more damage in that exchange. Space actually down to half HP because he didn't drop minion aggro when he walked outside the minion wave, but he will be pushing it overall a little bit more quickly for a faster level 2.
Yeah, so far, CoCo a little bit behind the CS. Alright, he's getting some back with that Tempest, as we can see, but Space really just laying into him with the auto attacks.
Yeah, Space good at hitting these little extra auto attacks in careful trades, and I don't think that Tempest are actually hit by CoCo. So both will hit level 2. Sonic Wave, first one of the game, will miss there for Space. CoCo is going to get pushed down behind his turret, and he will lose a lot of CS for this.
As we can see, their Sonic Wave came out, did connect. Not willing to follow through on that one. Place him right underneath the turret. Not what you want to do this early in the game. But actually back to being fairly even so far. 8 and 9. Oh,
Space missed
forward.
the Sonic Wave. And that means with the flash forward, it's going to be the all-in. GG, it's CoCo.
Yeah, let's take a look at this on the replay here. As you can see, CoCo, he just wraps around the side of this minion wave.
Well, Space missed his Sonic Wave on a minion, and so he was down a spell, and that just screams all in.
Really nice, just flashes to the side, throws out the Sonic Wave. Impossible to miss at that type of range. Throws down the Ignite as well, follows up with the Resonating Strike, and that finds him a kill. Just 3 minutes into this game, these guys, they don't
mess
play
around.
Slow. They just go straight in, all octane.
We had game number 2, it was over before minions spawn. Game number 3, very short lane phase, all in aggression. It didn't make it past level 2. And in the end, it is CoCo that will take a 2-1 victory over his 80 carry Space. And what a way to close out the group stages, Achilleos. We've seen amazing games, the best night of the tournament by far. And if you guys tuned in for it, then do want to thank you all for coming out tonight. We are going to get a quick interview coming your way with CoCo, so we'll have a winner's interview. You'll get a chance to hear how he felt about his tournament play, maybe get his insider information on the Space versus Madlife 1v1. See if he was jealous that he didn't get a chance to play dodgeball 2 versus Space, but I actually took it really seriously for that last best of 3, and it was some really good games, both for both players, even though CoCo did win out in the end.
Absolutely great showing by these guys. Just insanely quick matches, just pedal to the metal from these players. I mean, lots of respect coming out from both of them. It was a matter of, you know what, I need to kill you before you kill me, so we're just gonna go in, and I'm gonna do this as fast as I possibly can and hope for the best. Luckily for CoCo, it did work out in his advantage, so he does move on. But we'll get ready to have that interview up. You guys stick around in the chat. I do believe we have translations for that. Correct.
Yeah, exactly. We should have some translations coming your way here in just a second. If I'm not mistaken, Chudnator is waiting in there to do some quick translations. And I do want to thank him for his translations over the course of this entire tournament. It's been great at getting us those interviews taken care of. So we should be having that coming up here in just a second. We're going to go ahead, mute up, and enjoy the smooth, dulcet tones of CoCo's player interview coming up in just a second.
코 선수, 안녕하십니까?
네, 안녕하세요.
네, 자 12강 진출에 성공을 했습니다. 자 소감 한마디 들려주시죠.
일단 되게 극적으로 이겨서 되게 기뻐요.
극적으로 이겨서 기쁘다는 소감을 잔잔하게 들려주시는 코코 선수였는데, 자 오늘 경기 중에서 가장 힘든 경기가 어떤 경기였었나요?
3경기 때 그 호산이 형이랑 리진전 할 때 제가 딜간 되게 밀렸는데 그때 거의 졌다고 생각했는데 호산이 형이 미니언의 큐를 맞추더라고요. 그래서 그때 되게 극적으로 해서 되게 기뻤어요.
그렇습니다. 자 오늘 임시원에서 D전멸,
네. 그 D전멸, F전멸 논쟁이 있는데요. 그게 의미가 있다고 생각하시나요?
딱히 없는 것 같은데 좀 뒤에 두는 분들은 좀 신기하더라고요. 원래 처음 우리
신기하다.
신기할 정도인가요?
레벨이 그 초반에 레벨에 따라서 스펠을 주잖아요. 그때 이제 그 처음에 점화를 주는 걸로 알고 있는데 그 딜을
이거 맞네.
뭔가
처음에 점화를 주네.
맞네요.
이거 중요한 부분이었는데 코코 선수가 제대로 짚어주네요.
그렇습니다.
저도 F 전멸이거든요.
네. 일단 뭐 어쨌든 뭐 여러 가지 뭐 쓰는 차이는 있겠습니다만, 코코 선수의 의견은 이렇다는 거고요. 네, 김민기 해설.
네, 코코 선수 이제 올라가게 됐는데 12강에서 가장 좀 위협적으로 생각하는 라이벌 선수가 있다면 어떤 선수가 있을까요?
일단 이 솔로킹 대회가 미드에서 하다 보니까 미드라인 선수가 제일 경계되는데 그 중에 페이커 선수가 제일 경계돼요.